sleep well?" "Fine," Ben lied. He grabbed a slice of bread. "Father, about the contract for the new market." The king sighed. He put down his fork. "Ben, it is morning. Can we not eat in peace before we talk about money?" "It is not about money, father," Ben said, his voice getting tight. "It is about respect. The contractors are asking me questions. They want to know who is in charge. When I tell them I have to ask my daddy, they laugh." "Let them laugh," King David said calmly. "A wise man does not care about the laughter of fools. You are my son. That is enough." "It is not enough." Ben slammed his hand on the table. The silverware rattled. The servants standing by the wall jumped. They looked at the floor, afraid to breathe. "I am a grown man, father," Ben said, lowering his voice but keeping the anger. "I should be running this kingdom. You are tired. Look at you. Your hand shakes when you hold your fork. Why don't you rest? Why don't you go to the village house and sleep? Let me take the burden." King David looked at his son for a long time. He saw the greed in Ben's eyes. It made his heart heavy. "The crown is not a shoe you just put on because you like the style," the king said softly. "It is a heavy load. It requires patience. It requires wisdom. You have the fire, Ben, but you lack the water to cool it down. I have waited 40 years for the water." Ben stood up. He pushed his chair back. It made a loud scratching noise on the tiled floor. "I am going out." "Where are you going?" the king asked. "Does it matter?" Ben snapped. "I am just the prince. I have nothing important to do." He stormed out of the dining room. He walked past the beautiful paintings on the wall and the sculptures of leopards. He walked out the front door to where his big black SUV was parked. His driver, a young man named Sunday, jumped up from a bench. "Good morning, sir. Ready to go, sir?" "Give me the keys," Ben demanded. "But, sir, the king said I should drive you." "Give me the keys or you are fired," Ben shouted. Sunday quickly handed over the keys. His hands were trembling. "Yes, sir. Sorry, sir." Ben climbed into the driver's seat. He started the engine. It roared like a beast. He slammed the door and sped toward the palace gates. The guards scrambled to open the heavy iron gates before Ben crashed into them. He drove out onto the main road. The red dust flew up behind his car, coating the roadside stalls where women sold roasted corn and pure water. Ben turned up his music loud. He wanted to drown out his father's voice. He wanted to drown out his own thoughts. He needed a plan. He couldn't wait for his father to die of old age. That could take another 10 years. Ben would be an old man himself by then. No, he needed to be king now. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Mark," he said, "meet me at the hotel. Now." The Cool Breeze Hotel was the best hotel in the village, which meant it had a generator that worked most of the time and cold beer. It was painted yellow and green. Ben sat in the back corner of the bar. It was dark inside. The curtains were drawn to keep out the heat. A television in the corner was showing a football match, but the sound was off. Mark walked in 10 minutes later. Mark was Ben's best friend since primary school. He was tall and very thin, with a face that looked like a rat. He always wore dark sunglasses, even indoors. Mark did not come from a rich family like Ben, but he liked rich things. He liked to spend Ben's money. "My prince," Mark said, spreading his arms wide, "long may you reign." "Shut up," Ben grumbled. "I am not reigning anything. I am just sitting here drinking warm soda." Mark sat down. He waved at the waiter. "2 cold beers, and bring some pepper soup. Fish, not goat." He turned back to Ben. He lowered his sunglasses to look at him. "What happened? Did the old man say no again?" "He treats me like a boy," Ben said. He clenched his fist on the table. He talked about wisdom and patience. "I am sick of patience, Mark. I want my inheritance." Mark leaned in close. He smelled of cigarettes and cheap cologne. "You know, Ben, there is a way." "What way?" "You have to force his hand," Mark whispered. "You have to make him want to leave." "How?" "He is stubborn as a goat," Ben said. "He thinks the gods chose him to rule forever." Mark looked around to make sure no one was listening. The bar was empty except for a man sleeping on a chair in the far corner. "Listen," Mark said. "My uncle works in the record office in the city. He found something interesting." An old file. What kind of file? A file about your father and a marriage certificate. Ben frowned. So, he married my mother, Queen Rose. Yes, Mark smiled, showing yellow teeth, but the date on the certificate, it is after you were born. Ben paused. He tried to do the math in his head. That doesn't make sense. I am the first son. My mother is the queen. That is what we all think, Mark said. But there are rumors, Ben. Village talk. The old women in the market, they whisper. What do they whisper? Ben asked, his voice low. They say that before your mother came, the king had another wife, a village girl. Her name was Ngozi. They say he loved her too much. It made the chiefs angry because she was poor. They say she got pregnant first. Ben felt a cold feeling in his stomach. If she had a child, and that child was a boy, then that child would be the rightful king, not you, Mark finished the sentence. Ben laughed nervously. That is stupid. If there was another brother, where is he? Where is this Ngozi? That is the mystery, Mark said. They vanished, poof, gone. Your mother, Queen Rose, came into the picture, and suddenly the first wife disappeared. People say she died. Others say she went mad. Ben sat back in his chair. He felt dizzy. If this was true, his whole life was a lie. If there was an older brother, Ben was nothing. Why are you telling me this? Ben asked. Because knowledge is power, Mark said. If we can find out the truth, we can use it. If the first wife is dead, good. We destroy the proof. But if she is alive, or if the son is alive, we must find them before anyone else does. And then what? Ben asked. Mark made a slicing motion across his throat with his finger. Then we make sure they never come back. Ben stared at his friend. He had always known Mark was bad, but murder? I can't do that, Ben stammered. Do you want to be king? Mark asked. Or do you want to be the servant of a stranger? Ben thought about the palace. He thought about the cars. He thought about the way people bowed to his father. He thought about losing it all to some unknown brother. The anger returned, hotter than before. Where do we start? Ben asked. Mark grinned. There is a woman in the evil forest. The one they call Mary, the mad woman. She has been there for 15 years, the same time your brother would have been born. She speaks nonsense. But sometimes she sings royal songs. Ben nodded slowly. The evil forest. We go tonight, Mark said. We scare her, we make her talk. If she knows something, we will know. Okay, Ben said. Tonight. The waiter arrived with the pepper soup. The smell of spices filled the air. But Ben had lost his appetite. He was thinking about a brother he never knew he had, and a crown he was willing to kill for. The evil forest was not a place where normal people went. It was a thick jungle on the edge of Umu Eze. The trees were huge, with roots that twisted like snakes across the ground. The canopy of leaves was so thick that even in the daytime, the forest floor was dim and gloomy. People threw their trash at the edge of the forest. Old broken cars, rusty fridges, and piles of plastic bags lay there, rotting in the sun. Deep past the trash, where the trees grew close together, there was a small clearing. In the middle of the clearing stood a hut. It was a sad little house. The walls were made of red mud that was cracking and falling apart. The roof was a mess of old palm fronds and plastic sheets tied down with vines. This was the home of Mary. Mary sat on a log outside her hut. She was a woman who looked like she had lived 100 years of pain. Her hair was thick with dirt and matted into long, rope-like dreadlocks that hung down her back. Her skin was dark and leathery from the sun. She wore a dress that was just rags stitched together with colored threads. To the villagers, she was a monster. They threw stones at her if she came too close to the market. They told their children, "Be good, or Mary will eat you." But Mary did not eat children. She mostly ate papaws and mangoes she found in the bush. Sometimes she caught giant snails and roasted them. Today Mary was staring at a small fire she had made. She was humming a tune. It was a soft, gentle song, the kind a mother sings to put a baby to sleep. Sleep, my turtle dove, sleep, my prince. The moon is watching you, the stars are your fence. She stopped singing suddenly. She tilted her head. Her eyes, usually cloudy and confused, looked sharp for a moment. "Where is he?" she whispered. She looked around the empty forest. "Joseph! Joseph! Come and eat." There was no one there, just the chirping of crickets and the call of a hornbill bird. Mary started to cry. She didn't know why she was crying. She felt a hole in her heart, a space where something very important used to be. She remembered a face, a tiny face, a baby laughing, and then fire? No, not fire. Darkness, a bitter taste in her mouth. She stood up and began to pace around her hut. She walked with a limp. Her left leg had been broken a long time ago and never healed properly. "They took him," she muttered to the trees. "The lady with the red lips. She took my heart." The sky above the forest began to grow dark. Big grey clouds rolled in, covering the sun. A wind picked up, shaking the leaves of the palm trees. It was going to rain. A heavy rain. Mary didn't mind the rain. Sometimes she felt the rain was the sky crying with her. She crawled into her hut. Inside it was simple. A mat on the floor, a pot for water, and a pile of strange things she had collected. Shiny stones, bird feathers, pieces of colourful glass. To anyone else, it was trash. To Mary, these were treasures for the king. "When the king comes," she whispered, picking up a blue piece of glass, "I will give him this diamond." Thunder rumbled, long and low, like a drum beating underground. Mary curled up on her mat. She closed her eyes. The memories were always closer when she slept. In her dreams, she wasn't dirty. She wasn't mad. She was beautiful. She wore a dress of gold cloth. She sat on a high chair, and beside her was a man who looked at her with so much love it made her warm. "David," she whispered in her sleep. Suddenly, a loud noise woke her up. Crack! It was the sound of a dry branch breaking under a heavy foot. Mary sat up, her heart pounding. It wasn't an animal. Animals walked softly. This was a person, or people. She heard voices, men's voices. They were coming closer. "This place stinks," a voice said. It sounded arrogant. "Just keep walking, Prince," another voice said. "The hut is just ahead." Mary crawled to the corner of her hut. She grabbed a rusty machete she used to cut yams. She held it tight with both hands. She was scared, but she was also angry. This was her home. This was the only place she was safe. The footsteps stopped right outside her door. A bright beam of light from a torch cut through the cracks in her mud wall. "Hey, crazy woman," the voice shouted. "Come out, we have gifts for you." Mary knew that voice was lying. Gifts did not come with shouting. Gifts did not come in the dark. She stayed silent, pressing her back against the cold mud wall. She waited. "Maybe she is dead," the first voice said. "She is not dead." "I can smell her," the second voice laughed cruelly. Mary's grip on the machete tightened. She would not let them take her. She would not let them take her baby, even though she couldn't remember where her baby was. In her mind, he was sleeping right behind her. She had to protect him. "Come out," the voice roared again, and a heavy boot kicked the door. Mud dust fell from the ceiling. Mary let out a low growl, like a mother leopard protecting her cubs. She was ready to fight. While Ben and Mark were creeping through the forest, life in the palace continued. In the servants' quarters behind the main kitchen, a young boy named Joseph was washing his face. Joseph was about 17 years old. He was tall and thin, with short hair and very dark skin. He had a calm face, but his eyes were old. They were the eyes of a boy who had seen too much hardship. Joseph was an orphan. He had grown up in a crowded orphanage in the city of Enugu. He didn't know his mother or father. The nuns at the orphanage told him he was found in a basket near the gate when he was a baby. 2 months ago, he had walked all the way to Umueze looking for work. The head cook at the palace, a kind woman named Mama Nkechi, had taken pity on him. She gave him a job washing plates and sweeping the yard. Joseph was hard-working. He never complained. He woke up at 4 a.m. every day. But inside, Joseph felt strange. Since he arrived in Umueze, he felt at home. The red dust felt familiar under his feet. The smell of the palm oil stew from the kitchen felt like a memory. Tonight, Joseph was tired. He had spent the whole day scrubbing the blackened pots from the king's lunch. "Joseph," a voice called out. It was Mama Nkechi. She was a large woman with a colourful head tie. "Yes, Mama," Joseph answered, drying his face with a towel. "The king is asking for tea. The night guard is busy. Can you run it up to his study? Be very quiet. He is not feeling well." "Yes, Mama." Joseph quickly put on a clean shirt. He arranged the tea tray, a teapot, a cup, and a small plate of biscuits. He carried it carefully toward the main house. The palace was quiet at night. The only sound was the hum of the air conditioners. Joseph walked up the wide marble staircase. He felt small in the big house. He looked at the pictures on the wall, pictures of past kings. They all looked fierce and proud. He reached the king's study and knocked gently. "Enter," a weak voice said. Joseph opened the door. King David was sitting in his armchair, looking at a photo album. He looked very old tonight. His face was pale. "Your tea, Your Highness," Joseph said, placing the tray on the table. "Thank you, boy," the king said. He didn't look up. He touched the photo he was looking at. Joseph glanced at the photo. It was a picture of a beautiful young woman. She was laughing, throwing her head back. She wasn't wearing royal clothes. She was wearing a simple village dress. "Who is she, sir?" Joseph asked before he could stop himself. He gasped and covered his mouth. "I am sorry, Your Highness. I should not ask questions." The king looked up. He didn't look angry. He looked sad. "It is okay." The king smiled weakly. "Her name was Ngozi. She was very special to me. She had a spirit like fire and water mixed together." "She is beautiful," Joseph said. "She was," the king sighed. "She is gone now, long gone." The king tried to reach for the teacup, but his hand shook violently. The cup rattled on the saucer. He couldn't lift it. "Let me help you, sir," Joseph said. He stepped forward. With gentle hands he lifted the cup to the king's lips. The king took a sip. "Thank you," the king said. He looked at Joseph's hand. "You have strong hands, working hands." Joseph smiled shyly. "I work hard, sir." The king studied Joseph's face. He frowned slightly. "Have we met before, boy? You look familiar." "I work in the kitchen, sir. You might have seen me sweeping." "No," the king murmured. "It is in the eyes. You have eyes like—" He looked back at the photo of Ngozi, then back at Joseph. Suddenly, the door to the study banged open. It was Queen Rose. She stood in the doorway, wearing a long red nightgown. Her face was covered in thick makeup, even at night. She looked furious. "What is this rat doing here?" she screamed, pointing at Joseph. Joseph jumped back, nearly dropping the tray. I brought tea, my queen." "Get out," Rose shouted. "How dare you enter the king's private room? Do you want to steal? Are you a thief?" "No, madam, I swear," Joseph cried. "Rose, calm down," the king said, his voice finding a little strength. "The boy was helping me. My hands were shaking." "You have guards to help you," Rose snapped at her husband. "You lower yourself by letting these dirty street rats touch you." She turned to Joseph. "Get out before I have you flogged." Joseph bowed hastily. "Yes, my queen. Sorry, my queen." He ran out of the room, his heart beating fast. He hated Queen Rose. She was mean to everyone, but she seemed to hate him specifically. Every time she looked at him, it was like she was seeing a ghost. Joseph ran down the stairs and out the back door into the cool night air. He needed to breathe. He leaned against a pillar in the courtyard. He looked down at the ground. Something sparkled in the dirt, reflecting the moonlight. Joseph bent down. He brushed away the red dust. It was a bead. But it wasn't a normal plastic bead. It was large, heavy, and made of coral. It was red with a creamy white swirl in the middle. It looked exactly like the beads the king wore around his neck, but this one looked ancient. It looked like it had been buried in the earth for a long time, and the rain had just washed it up. Joseph picked it up. It felt warm in his hand. A strange feeling washed over him, a feeling of sadness, but also of belonging. Why does this feel like it is mine, he wondered. He remembered the woman in the king's photo. She was wearing beads just like this one. Joseph looked around to make sure no one was watching. He quickly put the bead in his pocket. He didn't know why, but he knew he couldn't let Queen Rose see it. It was a secret between him and the red dust of the palace. As he walked back to his room, he heard the sound of a car engine. He looked toward the gate. He saw Prince Ben's black SUV driving in. The car was muddy. Ben and Mark got out. They looked sweaty and frustrated. "That witch wasn't there," Ben was saying angrily. "We checked the hut, empty." "She's hiding in the bush," Mark replied. "We will burn it down next time. Flush her out like a rat." Joseph froze in the shadows. Burn it down? Were they talking about Mary? He watched them go inside. His heart was racing. He touched the bead in his pocket. He realized that the palace was not just a place of work, it was a place of secrets, danger, and wicked plans. And somehow, he was right in the middle of it. The next morning, the palace woke up to the sound of roosters crowing and the smell of frying akara. The sun was brighter than the day before, burning off the dew from the hibiscus flowers in the garden. Joseph was already awake. He had slept poorly. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the angry face of Queen Rose and the sad face of King David. And he felt the weight of the coral bead in his pocket. It felt heavy, like a stone full of secrets. He was sweeping the long driveway when he saw Old Sam arriving. Old Sam was the chief priest of Umu Eze. He was a small man, but he walked with a powerful stride. He wore a red cap with an eagle feather stuck in it, and his ankles were adorned with rattles that made a ch-ch-ch sound with every step. Old Sam stopped when he saw Joseph. He didn't just walk past like the other important people. He stopped and stared. "Good morning, wise one," Joseph said, bowing low. Old Sam didn't answer immediately. He sniffed the air, his nose twitching like a dog catching a scent. He walked around Joseph in a slow circle. "You carry something, boy," Old Sam said. His voice sounded like dry leaves crunching. "Not a burden on your back, but a weight in your spirit." Joseph's hand went instinctively to his pocket. I am just sweeping, sir." "Do not lie to the eyes of the gods," Old Sam said sharply. He pointed his staff at Joseph's chest. "There is a fire around you, a royal fire." Joseph was terrified. Did the priest know about the bead? Was he in trouble? Before he could answer, a guard shouted from the porch, "Hey, priest, the king is waiting." Old Sam lowered his staff. He gave Joseph one last piercing look. "We will speak again, child of dust." He turned and walked up the stairs, his ankle rattles shaking. Joseph let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He quickly finished sweeping and ran to the back of the kitchen. He sat on an overturned bucket and pulled out the bead. In the daylight, it looked even more special. The red coral seemed to have veins running through it, like living blood. He rubbed his thumb over the smooth surface. "What are you doing hiding there?" Joseph jumped. It was Mama Nkechi. She was holding a large knife and a basket of yams. "Nothing, Mama, just resting," Joseph said, quickly hiding the bead in his fist. Mama Nkechi looked at him suspiciously. "You look guilty, Joseph. Did you steal meat from the pot?" "No, Mama, I swear." "Humph. Well, get up. Queen Rose is in a terrible mood today. She is shouting at everyone. If she catches you idling, she will skin you alive." "Why is she angry?" Joseph asked, standing up. "Who knows with that woman?" Mama Nkechi whispered. "She is like a volcano, always rumbling. They say she had a bad dream last night, screamed so loud she woke the guards." Joseph remembered the bead. Did she dream about this? Just then, a loud commotion erupted from the front gate. Joseph and Mama Nkechi ran to look. A group of young men were gathered at the gate. They looked rough and dangerous. They wore torn jeans and dirty t-shirts. Some had scars on their faces. They were known as area boys, local thugs who did dirty jobs for money. The head guard was trying to stop them. "You cannot come in here. This is the king's house." "We have business with the prince," one of the thugs shouted. He had a gold tooth and a red bandana tied around his arm. Prince Ben walked out of the house. He looked annoyed. "Let them in," he told the guard. The guard opened the gate reluctantly. The thugs walked in, swaggering like they owned the place. Ben led them to a corner of the garden, far away from the main windows. Joseph pretended to sweep near the bushes so he could hear. "Is it set?" Ben asked in a low voice. Yes, boss, the thug with the gold tooth said. We bought the fuel, 5 gallons. Tonight we light up the forest. Good, Ben said. He handed the man a thick envelope of cash. Make sure it burns completely. I want nothing left, not a stick, not a bone. And the woman, the thug asked. If she is inside. Well, accidents happen, Ben said coldly. Just make sure she never speaks again. Joseph felt cold all over. They were going to kill Mary. They were going to burn her alive in her hut. He wanted to scream, but he knew if he made a sound, they would kill him too. He slowly backed away, step by step, until he was behind the kitchen wall. Then he ran. He ran to his room and grabbed a small flashlight. He grabbed a machete he used for cutting grass. He didn't know what he was going to do, but he knew he couldn't let Mary die. Inside the palace, in the private consultation room, the air was thick with the smell of burning incense. King David sat on a low stool, facing Old Sam. Old Sam threw a handful of cowrie shells onto a leopard skin rug. He stared at the pattern they made. He frowned. What do the ancestors say, Sam? King David asked. His voice was trembling. They are angry, my king, Old Sam said. They are very angry. There is a stain on your house, a lie that has grown too big. What lie? Is it about Ben? It is deeper than Ben, Old Sam said. He picked up a shell and held it to his ear. I hear a voice crying in the wilderness, a mother's voice. She calls for justice. The king closed his eyes. Ngozi, it is always Ngozi. Is she dead, Sam? Tell me the truth. Did she die in the forest all those years ago? The shells are confused, Old Sam admitted. One says death, one says life. It is like she is walking between two worlds. But there is something else, a seed that was planted in the dust and has now sprouted. A seed? A child, my king, a son. King David grabbed the priest's arm. My son, the baby she took with her? He is close, Old Sam whispered. Very close. I feel his heat. He walks in your shadow, but you do not see him. Where is he? Open your eyes, David. Look at those who serve you. Look at those you ignore. The diamond is often hidden in the mud. Suddenly the door flew open. Queen Rose marched in. She looked frantic. Her wig was slightly crooked. David, what are you doing with this old wizard? She shrieked. We have guests arriving from Abuja. You need to get dressed. Woman, leave us, the king shouted. It was the first time in years he had raised his voice at her. Rose was shocked. She took a step back. David? I said leave, the king roared. He stood up, looking taller and stronger than he had in months. I am the king, and I am talking to the gods about the wickedness in my own home. Rose turned pale. She looked at Old Sam, who was smiling a small, knowing smile. She turned and ran out of the room. She knows, Old Sam said quietly. Her fear smells like rotten meat. We must act fast, my king. Tonight, the spirits say tonight is the turning point. The sun began to set, painting the sky a bruised purple. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a warning of another storm. Joseph waited until Mama Nkechi was busy frying plantains. He slipped out the back door of the kitchen. He climbed over the low wall at the back of the compound and dropped into the tall grass. He ran. He ran past the market where women were packing up their stalls. He ran past the church where the choir was practicing. He ran until his chest burned and his legs felt like jelly. He reached the edge of the evil forest. It looked like a giant mouth waiting to swallow him. The trees were swaying in the wind, their branches creaking like old bones. He turned on his small flashlight. The beam was weak, cutting a thin yellow line through the darkness. Mary, he whispered. Mary. He followed the path he knew. He stumbled over roots. He swatted away mosquitoes. Up ahead, he saw a flicker of light. Fire. No, it was too small. It was a torch. He stopped and crouched down. Through the leaves, he saw the thugs. There were 4 of them now. They were standing around Mary's hut. They were laughing and drinking gin from small sachets. Is she in there? The leader asked. Yes, I heard her singing that crazy song, another said. Good, pour the fuel. Joseph watched in horror as they splashed petrol all over the dry thatch roof. The smell drifted toward him, sharp and chemical. "Hey, witch!" the leader yelled. "Prince Ben sends his greetings." He struck a match. The flame flared up. Joseph didn't think. He didn't plan. He just acted. "No!" he screamed. He charged out of the bushes, waving his machete. He looked like a wild spirit. The thugs were surprised. They dropped the match. It fell into a puddle of mud and fizzled out. "Who is that?" one thug asked, squinting into the dark. "It's just a boy," the leader laughed. "Look, a little hero." Joseph stood between the thugs and the hut. He was shaking, but he held the machete high. "Leave her alone. Go away." "Or what?" the leader sneered. He pulled out a long dagger. "You want to die too?" "Tie him up," the leader ordered. "Throw him inside. We burn them both." Two thugs lunged at Joseph. He swung the machete, but he was not a fighter. One thug grabbed his arm and twisted it. The machete fell. The other thug punched him in the stomach. Joseph doubled over, gasping for air. They grabbed him by his arms and legs. "Open the door." They kicked the door of the hut open and threw Joseph inside. He landed hard on the dirt floor. "Joseph," a voice whispered from the corner. It was Mary. She was huddled against the wall, holding her bundle of rags. She didn't look scared. She looked sad. "Mama," Joseph groaned, "we have to get out." Outside, the leader laughed again. "Okay, let's try this again. Light it up." He lit another match. This time he threw it perfectly onto the roof. Whoosh! The petrol caught fire instantly. Flames raced up the sides of the hut. The heat was sudden and intense. Smoke began to pour through the cracks in the roof. "Burn, witch, burn," the thugs chanted. Inside, Joseph coughed. The smoke was stinging his eyes. He crawled over to Mary. "Mama, move. We have to break the wall." Mary looked at him. For a moment, her madness seemed to clear. She looked at his face in the orange light of the fire. "You came," she said softly. "You came back for me." "I will always come back," Joseph choked out. "Now help me." He grabbed a heavy wooden pestle that was in the corner. He smashed it against the back wall of the hut. The mud was old and dry. A chunk fell off. "Again," Mary cried. She stood up. She found strength she didn't know she had. She kicked the wall with her good leg. Crash! A hole opened up. Fresh air rushed in. "Go!" Joseph pushed her. "My baby," she cried, reaching for the bundle of rags. "Leave it, I am here," Joseph shouted. He grabbed her hand. "I am here." Mary looked at the rags, then at Joseph. She dropped the bundle. She climbed through the hole. Joseph followed her just as the roof collapsed behind them in a shower of sparks. They tumbled out into the thick bush behind the hut. They rolled down a small slope and landed in a muddy ditch. Above them, the hut was a bonfire. The flames reached high into the night sky. The thugs were cheering on the other side, thinking their job was done. "Did you hear them scream?" one thug asked. "Yeah, they are toast. Let's go get the rest of our money from the prince." The thugs walked away, their laughter fading into the night. Joseph and Mary lay in the mud, breathing hard. The rain started again, a gentle drizzle that hissed as it hit the burning hut. Joseph sat up. He wiped mud from his face. "Are you okay?" Mary didn't answer. She was staring at him. The firelight flickered on her face. She reached out a trembling hand and touched his cheek. "Who are you?" she asked. Her voice was different now. It wasn't the voice of a crazy woman. It was steady. "I am Joseph. I work at the palace." "Joseph," she repeated. She frowned as if trying to catch a slippery fish in her mind. "Why do I know that name?" Joseph sat back. He felt something digging into his leg. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the red coral bead. It was warm. "I found this," he said, holding it up. "At the palace. Old Sam said it has a royal fire." Mary gasped. She snatched the bead from his hand. She held it to her chest and closed her eyes. Suddenly she screamed. It wasn't a scream of pain, but of memory. Images flooded her brain. The king giving her the bead, the day she gave birth, the baby. "This is mine," she whispered. "King David gave it to me on our wedding night." She opened her eyes and grabbed Joseph's arm. She pulled him close. She ripped the sleeve of his shirt. "Hey," Joseph said. But Mary wasn't listening. She was looking at his upper arm. There, just below his shoulder, was a birthmark. It was shaped like a crescent moon, dark and distinct. Mary started to laugh, then she started to cry. She rocked back and forth. "The moon," she sobbed. "The moon mark. David has it. His father had it. And my baby had it." She looked into Joseph's eyes. "You are not Joseph the servant. You are Prince Joseph, my son." Joseph felt the world spin. "Your son? But you are Mary. The village says you are mad." "I was mad," she said fiercely. "They poisoned me. Rose put herbs in my soup to make me forget, to make me crazy so she could steal my life. But the fire woke me up. The heat burned the fog away." She stood up. She was dirty, ragged, and smelled of smoke, but she stood tall. She looked like a queen. "They tried to kill us tonight, my son. Ben and Rose, they know who you are. That is why they sent the fire." "Ben?" Joseph asked. "My brother?" "He is no brother to you," Mary spat. "He is a viper, but we will crush his head." "What do we do?" Joseph asked. He felt scared but also strong. He wasn't a nobody anymore. He was a prince. "We go to the king," Mary said. "We go to your father. He thinks we are dead. We will show him that life is stronger than death. But the guards, they won't let us in. I am just a servant to them, and you—" "I know a way," Mary said. "A secret way. David showed me long ago when we were young lovers hiding from his father. There is a tunnel behind the old shrine. It leads straight into the palace garden." She held out her hand. "Come, my son, let us go home." Joseph took her hand. It was rough but warm. Together they turned away from the burning hut and walked into the dark forest. They were walking toward the palace. They were walking toward the truth. And nothing, not fire, not poison, not guards, was going to stop them now. While the forest burned, Queen Rose sat in her grand bedroom. The room was painted gold and pink. She sat at her dressing table, looking at herself in the mirror. She was putting on night cream, but her hands were shaking. The jar of cream rattled against the glass table. "Why am I afraid?" she thought. "I am the queen. I have won." But she didn't feel like a winner. She felt a deep, cold dread in her stomach. It felt like she had swallowed a block of ice. Her phone buzzed on the table. She jumped. It was Mark. She picked it up quickly. "Hello?" "It is done, my queen." Mark's voice crackled over the line. "The fire is burning bright. The hut is gone." "And the occupants?" Rose asked. Her voice was a whisper. "The boys said they saw two people inside, the madwoman and a boy. They didn't come out." Rose closed her eyes. "A boy? Which boy?" "Some skinny servant boy. He tried to be a hero. Foolish boy." Rose dropped the phone. "Joseph." It had to be Joseph. She remembered seeing him in the king's study the night before. She remembered the strange look in the king's eyes when he looked at the boy. "He is gone," she told herself. "The threat is gone. My son will be king." But the dread didn't go away. Suddenly, the lights in the palace flickered. Bzzzt. Then they went out. The hum of the air conditioner stopped. The room plunged into darkness. "Guards!" Rose screamed. "Start the generator. Why is there no light?" She fumbled for a candle. She lit it with trembling fingers. The small flame cast long, dancing shadows on the walls. The shadows looked like people, like a woman in rags, like a boy with sad eyes. Rose grabbed a bottle of expensive perfume and threw it at the wall. Crash! The smell of roses filled the room, but it couldn't cover the smell of her own fear. "I am the queen," she hissed into the darkness. "I will not be afraid of ghosts." But deep down, she knew ghosts were the hardest enemies to fight. You couldn't shoot them, you couldn't burn them, they always came back. Down in the courtyard, Prince Ben was also in the dark. He was sitting in his car, the engine running so he could listen to music and use the car's AC. Mark was sitting next to him, smoking a cigarette. "Relax, man," Mark said. "Celebrate. You are practically king already." "I don't feel like celebrating," Ben muttered. "I feel watched. It's just your nerves. Once the old man is gone, you will forget all this. Ben looked out the window. The moon was hidden behind clouds. The night felt heavy. What if they escaped? Ben asked suddenly. Mark laughed. Escaped? From that fire? Impossible. They are ashes, Ben. Ashes in the wind. Ben nodded, but he didn't believe it. He had a feeling in his bones, a feeling that the game was not over yet. Deep in the forest, far from the burning hut, Joseph and Mary, now remembering herself as Queen Ngozi, were moving slowly. The rain had stopped, but the ground was slippery mud. Are you sure about this tunnel? Joseph asked. He was holding Mary's hand to steady her. She was limping badly. I am sure, Ngozi said. Her voice was weak, but determined. David showed it to me. It was an escape route for the old kings during the wars. It starts behind the big Iroko tree near the stream. They reached the stream. It was swollen with rain, rushing loudly over stones. A giant Iroko tree stood on the bank, its roots thick as pythons. Here, Ngozi pointed. Hidden between two large roots was a small opening. It was covered with vines and spiderwebs. It looked like an animal den. We have to crawl, Ngozi said. Joseph looked at the dark hole. He hated small spaces. Is it safe? What about snakes? Snakes are better than what awaits us if we go back, Ngozi said grimly. She got down on her hands and knees and crawled in. Joseph took a deep breath and followed. The tunnel was narrow and smelled of damp earth and bat droppings. It was pitch black. Joseph could feel worms squishing under his hands. He wanted to scream, but he kept going. He followed the sound of his mother's breathing. They crawled for what felt like hours. Joseph's knees were scraped and bleeding. His back ached. We are close, Ngozi whispered ahead. The air is changing. Suddenly, the tunnel widened. Joseph could stand up. He felt stone under his feet instead of dirt. This is the old cellar, Ngozi said. It leads to the wine storage under the main house. They found a wooden ladder rotting against the wall. They climbed up. At the top was a heavy trapdoor. Push, Ngozi commanded. They both pushed. The door groaned and lifted. Dust fell on their faces. They climbed out into a room filled with old crates and bottles. It was dim, lit only by moonlight coming through a small high window. We are inside, Joseph breathed. He couldn't believe it. They were in the palace. Now comes the hard part, Ngozi said. She smoothed her ragged dress. She tried to wipe the soot from her face, but it just smeared. We have to get to the king's bedroom without being seen. If Rose sees us first. She won't, Joseph said firmly. He picked up an empty wine bottle. I will protect you. Ngozi smiled. It was the first genuine smile Joseph had seen on her face. You have your father's courage. They opened the door of the wine cellar. It led into a back hallway near the kitchens. It was quiet. The generator was still off. They crept down the hall. Joseph knew the way. He had scrubbed these floors 100 times. This way, he whispered. They turned a corner and almost bumped into a guard. The guard was sleeping on a chair, his gun resting on his lap. He was snoring loudly. Joseph put a finger to his lips. They tiptoed past him. They reached the main staircase. It was wide and grand. Up there, Ngozi pointed, the big double doors at the end of the hall. They started to climb. But as they reached the middle of the stairs, the lights came back on. The generator roared to life outside. The crystal chandelier above them blazed with light. Hey, who is there? A voice shouted from the top of the stairs. It was Queen Rose. She stood at the railing, looking down. When she saw them, her eyes bulged. She looked like she had seen a demon. You, she screamed, you are dead. You are supposed to be dead. I am very much alive, Rose, Ngozi said, her voice ringing out clear and strong. And I have come for what you stole. Guards, Rose shrieked. Guards, assassins, kill them now. Heavy boots thundered down the hallway. The Red Guards were coming. Run, Joseph yelled. He grabbed his mother's hand and pulled her up the stairs, to the king's room. Stop them, Rose shouted, chasing after them. Ben appeared from a side door, holding a pistol. He saw Joseph and Ngozi running toward his father's room. No, you don't, Ben yelled. He aimed the gun. Joseph didn't stop. His shoulder slammed the heavy door of the king's bedroom. It burst open. They fell inside onto the soft carpet. King David was sitting up in bed, reading by lamplight. He looked up, startled. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded. Joseph scrambled to his feet. He helped his mother up. "Father," Joseph cried. King David looked at the dirty boy. Then he looked at the ragged woman beside him. The woman lifted her head. The king dropped his book. "Ngozi," he whispered. The room went silent. The only sound was the heavy breathing of Joseph and Ngozi. King David slowly got out of bed. He walked toward them, his eyes wide with disbelief. He reached out a shaking hand. "Ngozi, is it truly you? My spirit has been telling me." "It is me, David." Ngozi wept. She fell to her knees. "I have returned from the grave." Just then, Ben and Rose burst into the room. The guards were right behind them, guns raised. "Shoot them," Ben screamed. "They are trying to kill the king." The guards hesitated. They looked at the king, then at the intruders. They were confused. "Lower your weapons," King David commanded. His voice was not weak anymore. It was the voice of a lion. "If anyone fires a shot in this room, I will have their head." The guards lowered their guns instantly. "Father, don't listen to them," Ben shouted, waving his pistol around. "She is a witch. She bewitched you years ago, and now she is back to finish the job. And that boy, he is a thief." "Be quiet, Ben," the king snapped. He looked at Ngozi. "Tell me, where have you been? Why did you leave me?" "I did not leave you," Ngozi said, glaring at Rose. "She sent me away. She poisoned my food. She made my mind rot. Then she paid men to drag me to the evil forest." "Lies," Rose shrieked. "She is insane, David. Look at her. She is a mad woman." "And my son?" the king asked, his voice trembling. "What happened to our baby?" Ngozi pulled Joseph forward. "He is here. This is Joseph. He was working in your own kitchen under your nose while you mourned him." King David looked at Joseph. He walked closer. He peered into the boy's face. "He looks like my father," the king whispered. "He has the mark, David," Ngozi said. "Show him, Joseph." Joseph rolled up his dirty, torn sleeve. He showed the crescent moon birthmark on his upper arm. The king gasped. He pulled up his own pajama sleeve. There, on his arm, was the exact same mark. "It is true," the king sobbed. He grabbed Joseph and pulled him into a tight hug. "My son, my firstborn." Rose collapsed onto a chair. She knew the game was up. The birthmark was proof that no one could deny. But Ben was not ready to give up. His eyes were wild. He raised his gun again. "No!" Ben shouted. "I am the king. I have waited my whole life. I will not let a kitchen boy take my crown." He aimed at Joseph's chest. "Ben, don't!" the king yelled. He tried to step in front of Joseph. Click. Ben pulled the trigger. The gun made a clicking sound. It didn't fire. Ben looked at the gun in confusion. He pulled the trigger again. Click, click. "The gods are watching," a voice said from the doorway. Everyone turned. Old Sam stood there, leaning on his staff. He was smiling. "I told you, Prince Ben," Old Sam said calmly. "No blood will be spilled by a brother's hand tonight. I put a seal on your weapon." Ben threw the gun at the wall in frustration. "I hate you. I hate all of you." He tried to run past Old Sam toward the door, but the Red Guards, realizing who the true villain was, grabbed him. Two strong men pinned Ben's arms behind his back. "Let me go. I am the prince," Ben screamed. "Not anymore," King David said. His face was hard as stone. "Guards, arrest him. And arrest her too." He pointed at Queen Rose. Rose didn't fight. She just sat there, weeping silently. "I did it for you, Ben," she whispered over and over. "I just wanted you to be king." "Take them away," the king ordered. "Take them to the police station. I will deal with them in the morning." The guards dragged Ben and Rose out of the room. Ben's screams echoed down the hallway until they faded away. King David turned back to Ngozi and Joseph. Tears were streaming down his face. "Can you forgive me?" he asked Ngozi. "I should have looked harder. I should have known." "It is in the past, my king," Ngozi said, holding his hands. We are here now. That is all that matters. Joseph stood there, feeling overwhelmed. Yesterday, he was a servant afraid of being beaten. Today, he was a prince. He looked at his father, then at his mother. For the first time in his life, he felt safe. News travels fast in a village like Umu Eze. By the next morning, everyone knew what had happened. The story spread like wildfire. The mad woman is the queen. The kitchen boy is the prince. Ben tried to kill his father. Crowds gathered at the palace gates. They were singing and dancing. They wanted to see the miracle. Inside the palace, things were very different. Joseph was in a luxurious bathroom. He had just had the longest, hottest bath of his life. The water had turned brown from all the dirt and soot. Servants, the same ones who used to ignore him, were now rushing around with towels and clothes. Prince Joseph, would you like the white lace or the blue brocade? A servant asked, bowing low. Just Joseph is fine, Joseph mumbled. He felt shy. No, sir, you are the prince now, the servant insisted. Joseph put on the white lace outfit. It was soft and smelled of lavender. He looked in the mirror. The boy staring back didn't look like a servant anymore. He looked regal. In the next room, female servants were fussing over Ngozi. They washed her hair, combed out the dreadlocks, and oiled her skin. They dressed her in a beautiful wrapper of green and gold. When she emerged, she was breathtaking. The years of hardship had left lines on her face, but they only made her look wiser and more dignified. Old Sam came to fetch them. The king is waiting in the throne room. The elders are here. They walked together down the grand staircase. Joseph held his mother's arm. He held his head high. The throne room was full of chiefs in red caps. When Joseph and Ngozi entered, a hush fell over the room. Then, one by one, the chiefs stood up. They bowed. King David sat on his throne. He looked 10 years younger. He stood up and opened his arms. Behold, the king announced, his voice booming, my queen has returned, and my son, the true heir, is found. The chiefs cheered, Igwe, Igwe. Old Sam stepped forward holding a crown, not the king's crown, but a smaller one made for the prince. Joseph, Old Sam said, step forward. Joseph knelt on the leopard skin rug. Do you promise to serve this land with truth? Old Sam asked, to protect the weak, to listen to the poor. I promise, Joseph said. His voice was steady. I know what it is to be poor. I will never forget. Old Sam placed the crown on Joseph's head. Rise, Prince Joseph of Umu Eze. Joseph stood up. The applause was deafening. Outside, the villagers were chanting his name, Joseph, the people's prince. King David led them to the balcony. They waved to the crowd. Joseph looked out at the sea of faces. He saw the market women, the mechanics, the farmers. He saw Mama Nkechi waving her apron and crying happy tears. He realized that his suffering had a purpose. It had taught him humility. Ben had grown up in the palace and become cruel. Joseph had grown up in the dust and become kind. The red dust of the village swirled in the air, but it didn't look dirty anymore. It looked like gold dust, dancing in the sun. Joseph smiled. He was home. The celebration in Umu Eze lasted for 3 days. Cows were slaughtered, palm wine flowed like a river, and the high-life music never stopped. But while the village danced, a different scene was unfolding at the city police station. In a damp, grey holding cell, Ben sat on a hard bench. He was no longer wearing his fine lace. His clothes were rumpled and stained. His shoes had been taken away. He looked small and pathetic. In the next cell, Mark was pacing back and forth like a caged rat. This is your fault, Ben snapped. If you hadn't come up with that stupid fire plan, we would be fine. Mark stopped pacing. He glared at Ben through the bars. My fault? You are the one who couldn't wait. You are the one who wanted your father gone. I just gave you options. You pulled the trigger, or tried to. Shut up, Ben yelled. He put his head in his hands. The shame was eating him alive. He thought about the look on his father's face. It wasn't anger, it was disappointment. That hurt more than any beating. The heavy iron door at the end of the corridor opened. A police sergeant walked in, followed by 2 men in suits. Lawyers. Prince Ben, one of the lawyers said coldly, or should I say, Mr. Ben, your father has sent us. Ben stood up, hopeful. Is he getting me out? Is he dropping the charges? The lawyer shook his head. No. The king is a man of justice. He cannot let attempted murder go unpunished, even for his son. You and your mother, along with your accomplices, will face trial. Ben slumped back onto the bench. Trial? I will go to prison. Most likely, the lawyer said, but the king is merciful. He has requested that your sentence be served in a rehabilitation center in the north, not a maximum security prison. He wants you to learn, not just suffer. And my mother? Ben asked. Queen Rose has confessed to everything, the lawyer said. She told us about the poisoning 15 years ago. She told us about the kidnapping. She is trying to take all the blame to save you. Ben felt a tear roll down his cheek. His mother was wicked, yes, but she loved him in her own twisted way. Tell my father. Ben's voice cracked. Tell him I am sorry. You can tell him yourself, the lawyer said, in 10 years. The lawyers left. The heavy door clanged shut. Ben looked at the small window high up on the wall. He could see a patch of blue sky. He realized he would not see the red dust of Umu-Ez for a very long time. He had chased a crown of gold, but now he wore a crown of shame. Meanwhile, in the women's wing of the station, Rose sat silently. She stared at the wall. She wasn't crying anymore. She was empty. She had built her whole life on a lie, a foundation of sand. And just as the Bible said, when the storm came, the house fell. And great was the fall of it. Back at the palace, the excitement had settled down, but the work was just beginning. Joseph, now Prince Joseph, had a lot to learn. It wasn't easy. For 17 years, Joseph had learned how to scrub floors, peel cassava and dodge blows. Now he had to learn how to walk with grace, how to speak to elders, and how to understand the complex laws of the land. He sat in the king's study. A pile of thick books lay on the desk in front of him. Across the desk sat old Sam, who was now his personal tutor. Again, old Sam said sternly, "What is the first duty of a king?" Joseph sighed. He rubbed his eyes. To protect the land? No. Old Sam tapped the table with his staff. That is the duty of a soldier. The first duty of a king is to listen. A king who does not listen to his people is like a blind man driving a car. I am listening, Joseph said, but these laws are confusing. Why are there so many rules about land disputes? Because land is life in Umu-Ez, old Sam explained. People fight over land because it feeds them. If you can solve a land dispute fairly, you can solve anything. Joseph nodded. He picked up a book. He was trying his best, but sometimes he missed the simplicity of the kitchen. Later that afternoon, King David came in. He looked stronger every day. Having his true family back was the best medicine. How is the lesson going? The king asked. He is learning, old Sam said. He has a good heart, but his head is still full of servant thoughts. He tries to clean up his own plate after eating. The king laughed. That is not a bad thing, Sam. Humility is a strength. He turned to Joseph. Come, my son, let us take a walk. Enough books for today. They walked out into the garden. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the grass. Are you happy, Joseph? The king asked. I am grateful, father, Joseph said, but I am also scared. I don't know if I can be the king you want me to be. Ben was raised for this. I was raised in the dirt. The king stopped walking. He put a hand on Joseph's shoulder. Ben was raised in the palace, yes, but he never saw the people. He looked down on them from his high window. You, Joseph, you lived with them. You know what it costs to buy a cup of gari. You know how it feels when the rain leaks through the roof. The king pointed toward the palace gates. A king who has never suffered cannot understand the suffering of his people. Your past is not a weakness, my son. It is your greatest weapon. Joseph looked at the gates. He saw the guards standing tall. He remembered how terrified he used to be of them. Now they saluted him. I think I understand, Joseph said. Good, the king smiled. Now tomorrow is your first real test. The market women are coming to complain about the tax collectors. I want you to handle the meeting. Me? Joseph's eyes widened. Alone? I will be there. the king promised. But you will speak. Use your heart, Joseph. Use your memory of the dust. The next morning, the main courtyard was filled with women. They wore colorful wrappers and head ties. They looked angry. They were shouting and waving their hands. The tax collectors stood on one side, looking nervous. They were men in neat shirts who carried clipboards. Joseph sat on a smaller throne next to his father. His hands were sweating. He smoothed his white brocade trousers. "Silence!" the palace crier shouted, hitting a metal gong. "Gong! Gong!" The noise died down. All eyes turned to the podium. "We are here to listen," Joseph said. His voice shook a little, then he cleared his throat and spoke louder. "We are here to listen to the mothers of Umu Eze. Speak." A large woman stepped forward. It was Mama Nkechi, the head cook from the palace kitchen. She wasn't working today. She was representing the market union. Joseph smiled when he saw her. It gave him courage. "My prince," Mama Nkechi said, bowing slightly, "we are suffering. These men," she pointed at the tax collectors, "they come every day. They ask for money for the stall, money for security, money for cleaning. If we don't pay, they seize our goods. Last week, they took my neighbor's basket of tomatoes because she was short 50 naira." The crowd grumbled in agreement. "It is true, they are thieves." Joseph turned to the head tax collector. "Is this true?" The man adjusted his glasses. "Your Highness, we are just following the rules. The council set the rates. We need revenue to fix the roads." 50 naira, Joseph repeated. "You took a woman's livelihood for 50 naira. It is the law, sir," the man insisted. Joseph stood up. He walked down the steps until he was standing on the same level as the women. "I remember," Joseph said quietly. The crowd leaned in to hear him. "I remember when I first came to this village. I had no money. I was hungry. A woman selling a kara near the post office gave me 2 bean cakes for free. She said, 'Eat, boy. Hunger is a bad companion.'" The women nodded. They understood. "That 50 naira you demand," Joseph said to the tax collector, "might be the profit from selling a whole tray of pepper. To you, it is small change. To them, it is school fees. It is medicine." He turned to his father. "Father, I propose we change the law. No daily collection. Let them pay a small amount once a month. And no seizing of goods. If someone cannot pay, we give them a grace period." The tax collector looked shocked. "But the revenue will drop." "The revenue might drop," Joseph said firmly, "but the happiness of the people will rise. And a happy kingdom is a rich kingdom." King David clapped his hands slowly, then the chiefs clapped, then the women erupted into cheers. They danced, they sang Joseph's name. "Thank you, my son," Mama Nkechi beamed at him. Joseph walked back up the stairs. He sat down. He felt tired, but he also felt light. He had done it. He had used his past to fix the future. "Well done," King David whispered to him. "You are a king already." That evening, Joseph went to find his mother. Queen Ngozi was in the garden, tending to the flowers. She loved plants. She said they were like people. They needed care and patience to grow. "Mama," Joseph said, "I did it." Ngozi hugged him. She smelled of earth and jasmine. "I heard. The servants are talking about nothing else. They say you have the wisdom of Solomon." "I was just being fair," Joseph shrugged. "Fairness is rare, my love," Ngozi said, "especially in palaces." She looked at the moon rising above the trees. It was a crescent moon, just like the mark on their arms. "Do you ever miss the forest?" Joseph asked. Ngozi paused. "I miss the quiet," she admitted, "but I do not miss the loneliness. Here I have you. I have David. My heart is full." "What about Ben?" Joseph asked. It was the first time he had mentioned his brother's name in days. Ngozi's face hardened slightly, then softened. "I pray for him. I pray that the red dust of the north washes his soul clean. Hate is a heavy load to carry, Joseph. Do not carry it for him." "I won't," Joseph promised. They stood there in silence, watching the fireflies dance in the dark. The storm was over. The fire was out. The kingdom was at peace. Time, like the seasons, has a way of healing the land. Just as the rainy season washes away the dust of the harmattan, the years that followed washed away the pain in the palace of Umu Eze. It had been 5 years since the night of the fire, 5 years since the mad woman returned as a queen and the servant boy became a prince. The palace looked different now. The sharp metal spikes on the fence had been removed. The gates were often open, allowing people to come in with their grievances or just to greet the king. The air conditioners still hummed, but the windows were often open to let in the natural breeze and the sounds of the village. Prince Joseph was no longer a skinny boy. He had grown into a tall, strong man. He wore his responsibilities well. He walked with a confident stride, but he still stopped to greet the gardeners and the sweepers by name. One Tuesday afternoon, Joseph was in the royal garage. He wasn't driving, he was fixing an engine. He loved mechanics. It reminded him of how things worked, how many small parts had to move together to make something run smoothly. Just like a kingdom. "My prince," a voice called out. It was Sunday, the driver. He looked worried. "What is it, Sunday?" Joseph wiped grease from his hands with a rag. "There is a letter for you, sir, from the north." Joseph froze. The north, that was where the rehabilitation center was, where Ben was. He took the envelope. It was plain and brown. His name was written in shaky handwriting. He walked to a quiet bench under a mango tree to read it. "Dear Joseph, they tell me I can write a letter once a month. I never knew what to say before, but today I woke up and saw the red dust blowing across the yard here. It reminded me of home. I am learning carpentry. It is hard work. My hands are calloused. I used to think manual labor was for slaves. Now I know it takes discipline. Wood does not lie. If you cut it wrong, it stays wrong. You cannot bribe wood. I heard about the new market laws. Mama Nkechi wrote to me. Yes, she writes to me, even after everything. You are doing a good job, better than I would have done. I wanted the crown for the power. You use the power for the people. I don't expect you to forgive me yet. Maybe never. But I wanted you to know. I am not the same man who held that gun. The fire you escaped from. It burned me too, in a different way. It burned away my pride. Greet Father for me. Tell him I am finally learning wisdom. Your brother Ben." Joseph folded the letter. He felt a lump in his throat. He didn't know if Ben was truly changed, but the letter felt real. It felt like a start. He walked back into the house. He found his mother, Queen Ngozi, in the kitchen. She was helping the cooks shell melon seeds for egusi soup. The other cooks were laughing at a joke she told. "Mama," Joseph said, "read this." Ngozi read the letter. Her eyes softened. "Wood does not lie," she repeated. "That is true. Maybe there is hope for him yet." "Should we show Father?" "Not today," Ngozi said gently. "Today is a happy day. Let us not bring up old ghosts just yet. Tomorrow." Joseph nodded. He trusted her judgment. She had walked through madness and come out wise. That evening, the palace hosted a small feast. It was King David's birthday. He was turning 75. The king sat at the head of the table. He looked frail, but his spirit was bright. He ate his pounded yam with gusto. "This soup," the king announced, "tastes like the old days." "Ngozi, did you put the special spice?" "I did," Ngozi smiled, "just the way you like it." The king looked around the table. He looked at his wife, radiant in blue lace. He looked at his son, strong and kind. He looked at the empty chair where Ben used to sit. "I have lived a long life," the king said. The room went quiet. "I have made many mistakes. I was blind when I should have seen. I was weak when I should have been strong. But the gods gave me a second chance." He raised his glass of palm wine. "To second chances, and to the red dust that birthed us all." "To second chances," everyone echoed. Joseph drank. The palm wine was sweet and sharp. He felt a deep sense of peace. The storm was truly over. 3 months later, the bells of the village church rang out slowly and solemnly. Dong, dong, dong. King David had passed away in his sleep. He died with a smile on his face, holding Queen Ngozi's hand. The mourning period lasted for 7 weeks. People came from all over the country. Governors, senators, and common farmers. They all came to pay respects to the king who had found his lost family. But as the tradition demanded, life had to go on. The throne could not stay empty. The coronation day for King Joseph was set for the first Saturday after the mourning ended. The sun rose hot and bright, just like it had on the day the story began, but this time there was no anger in the palace, only anticipation. Joseph stood in his room. He was dressed in the full regalia of the king. A heavy robe of embroidered velvet, rows of coral beads around his neck and wrists, and a staff of office made of ivory. He looked in the mirror. He saw the face of a man who was ready. Old Sam came in. The priest was very old now, bent over like ? But his eyes were still sharp. "Are you ready, my king?" Old Sam wheezed. "I am ready, wise one," Joseph said. "Remember," Old Sam said, tapping Joseph's chest with a bony finger, "the crown is heavy. Do not let it crush your neck. Do not let it swell your head." "I won't. I have the dust to keep me grounded." They walked out to the main courtyard. It was packed. Thousands of people. The colors were blinding. Yellows, greens, reds. The sound of drums beat against Joseph's chest like a second heart. Queen Mother Ngozi was waiting on the dais. She hugged him. "Your father is watching," she whispered. Joseph knelt down. Old Sam lifted the ancient crown. It was the same crown Ben had coveted. The same crown wars had been fought over. Old Sam placed it on Joseph's head. It fit perfectly. "Rise," Old Sam shouted. "Rise, King Joseph, the Lion of Umu-Eze." Joseph stood up. The crowd roared, "Igwe, Igwe, Igwe." Gunshots were fired into the air in celebration. Dancers spun in circles. Joseph raised his hand. The crowd quieted down, eager to hear him. "My people," Joseph said. His voice was amplified by the microphone, booming across the square. "I stand here not because I was born in a palace, but because I survived the fire. I stand here as a testimony that truth cannot be buried." He looked at the children sitting in the front row. "I promise to build schools for you," he said, "so you do not have to be servants." He looked at the market women. "I promise to protect your trade," he said, "so you can feed your families in peace." He looked at the sky. "And I promise to lead with the fear of God and the wisdom of our ancestors." The cheers erupted again, louder than before. Joseph sat on the throne. He felt the weight of the crown, but it didn't hurt. It felt right. As the ceremony went on, Joseph saw someone at the back of the crowd, a man in simple clothes, watching quietly. It was the lawyer who had visited Ben. He gave Joseph a small nod and held up a letter. Another letter from the north. Joseph smiled. He would read it later. Maybe, just maybe, one day Ben would be ready to come home, not as a king, but as a brother. Until then, Joseph had work to do. He signaled to the drummers. The beat changed to a high-life rhythm. The king stood up and began to dance. He danced with his mother. He danced with the chiefs. He danced with the people. And as his feet stamped on the ground, a small cloud of red dust rose up around his ankles. It swirled and sparkled, a reminder of where he came from and where he would always belong. The prince of the red dust was now the king, and his reign would be a story told for generations to come. The end.
Still stuck here, huh? I guess some people just never level up.
A brilliant architect, publicly shamed and professionally sabotaged by her ex-fiancé, must confront him again when he reappears at her new company, unaware that her quiet new husband is the billionaire CEO who owns it all. The hum of the air conditioner was a low, steady promise against the afternoon heat of Lagos. From her desk, Ada Okoro could see the hazy sky over Victoria Island. Cars were already building up on the streets below, a slow-moving river of metal. Inside the office of Apex Designs, the energy was just as thick. Keyboards clicked like 100 tiny hammers, and the low murmur of conversation filled the open-plan space. Ada focused on the architectural draft on her screen, a blueprint for a new residential complex in Lekki. She had worked hard for this quiet corner, for this small measure of peace. 3 years. It had taken her 3 long years to rebuild, 3 years to turn the loud, ugly whispers into silence, 3 years to prove that she was more than the broken woman they all thought she was. She had earned her place here, line by line, project by project. Her work was good. It was solid. That was all that mattered. Then the glass doors to their department slid open and a man walked in. The low hum of the office stopped. Keyboards went quiet, heads lifted. Ada's heart gave a hard, painful thump against her ribs just once. She didn't need to see his face clearly to know who it was. She knew the confident way he walked, the easy smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. David Adebayo. He was dressed in a sharp suit that probably cost more than her rent for 6 months. He looked older, with a few lines around his eyes, but he still had the same careless charm that had once made her heart race. Now it just made her feel cold. Her boss, Mr. Aliyu, hurried over to greet him. "David, welcome. Welcome. Everyone, this is Mr. Adebayo. He'll be joining us as a guest consultant for the Sterling Tower project." A polite ripple of greetings went through the room. Ada kept her eyes fixed on her screen, her hands tight on her mouse. She prayed he wouldn't see her, that he would just walk past. But of course he didn't. She felt a shadow fall over her desk. Well, Ada Okoro. Still here, I see.
Still stuck here, huh? I guess some people just never level up.
His voice was smooth, but there was a sharp edge to it, meant only for her. She forced herself to look up. His smile was a weapon. "Hello, David." "Still stuck at this little desk, huh?" he said, his voice a little louder now. A few of her nearby colleagues shifted uncomfortably, pretending not to listen. "I guess some people just never level up." The words were a slap, a public one. She saw a few people hide small smiles. The shame was hot, crawling up her neck. It was happening all over again. She felt small, just like she had 3 years ago. Her throat was tight, and she couldn't find a single word to say. She just stared at him, her vision blurring for a second. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a low whisper that no one else could hear. "It was so easy back then," he murmured, his breath warm and unwelcome. "I wonder if it still is." He straightened up, gave a charming nod to the rest of the room, and walked away toward Mr. Aliyu's office, leaving Ada frozen in her chair. The sound of keyboards started again, but it was different now. It was filled with the weight of whispers, and every click felt like a judgment. Her carefully built world, the one she had worked so hard to protect, was starting to crack. She took a shaky breath, the blueprint on her screen now a meaningless blur. She was afraid, terribly afraid, that the past she had buried was about to rise up and swallow her whole. 3 years ago, the world had been bright. Ada was 26, a rising star at a smaller but respected architectural firm in Ikeja. She was in love, and she was on the verge of greatness. Her designs for a new eco-friendly corporate headquarters had caught the eye of the partners. The project was hers to lead, a career-making opportunity. And she was engaged to David Adebayo. He was handsome, ambitious, and came from a well-known Lagos family. He swept her off her feet with grand promises and a smile that made her believe anything was possible. They planned a wedding, a future, a life built on shared dreams. Her best friend Sarah was supposed to be her maid of honor. Sarah had been her rock, the sister she never had. They had shared everything since their university days in Ibadan, secrets, fears, and dreams. Ada trusted her completely. One evening, bursting with excitement, Ada spread her final blueprints across the dining table of the apartment she shared with David. "This is it," she said, her voice full of joy. "This is the one that will change everything." David and Sarah gathered around, praising her work. "It's brilliant, Ada," David said, kissing her forehead. "Truly brilliant." Sarah hugged her tightly. "You deserve this more than anyone I know." Ada showed them everything, the innovative energy systems, the unique structural concepts, the detailed notes she had spent months perfecting. She trusted them with her masterpiece, the physical form of all her hard work and hope. That night, she felt like she was standing on top of the world. 2 weeks later, the world came crashing down. She came home early from a site visit, planning to surprise David. The surprise was hers. She found him with Sarah, their betrayal laid bare in the silence of their shared apartment. The shock was a physical blow, knocking the air from her lungs. The blueprints for her future, both personal and professional, were torn to shreds in that single heartbreaking moment. The argument that followed was a storm of tears and accusations. But the worst was yet to come. David, cornered and cruel, turned on her. Sarah, her face pale with guilt, stood by his side, silent. The next day at work, the whispers started. Ada found out that her project had been given to another team. When she confronted her boss, he looked at her with pity. "Ada, there are concerns," he said, avoiding her eyes. "David and Sarah mentioned you've been unstable, under a lot of pressure. Maybe it's best you take a step back." She stared at him, unable to believe what she was hearing. They had not only broken her heart, they had poisoned her reputation. They had used her vulnerability against her, painting her as emotional and unreliable. They had stolen her project, her dream, using her own trust as the weapon. The betrayal was total. It was not just an affair. It was a calculated destruction of her life. She had lost her fiancé, her best friend, and her career in one swift, brutal stroke. The bright world she had known just weeks before was gone, replaced by a grey, lonely landscape of shame and defeat. She packed her things from the office in a small cardboard box, the sympathetic and curious stares of her colleagues following her as she walked out the door. The foundation of her life had crumbled, and she had no idea how she would ever start to build it again. The weeks that followed were a blur of grey days and long nights. Ada found a small, simple flat in Surulere, a world away from the bright, modern apartment she had shared with David. She left her job, unable to face the pity and the whispers. She sent out her resume, but the architectural community in Lagos was small. The rumors, like a stubborn stain, followed her. No one wanted to hire the unstable genius. She felt like a ghost in her own city. The vibrant energy of Lagos, with its blaring Danfo bus horns and the constant thrum of life, felt distant and mocking. She spent most of her days inside, watching the rain lash against her windows during the wet season, the sky as dark as her mood. The pain of the betrayal was a physical weight, pressing down on her chest until it was hard to breathe. She had given David and Sarah everything, her love, her trust, her dreams. They had taken it all and left her with nothing. One evening, driving home through a torrential downpour, her old car sputtered and died in the middle of a flooded street. The water was rising and the engine was silent. Tears of frustration and despair streamed down her face, mixing with the rain. It felt like the final, cruel joke in a long line of them. She sat there for what felt like an hour, the water seeping into her car, when a black, sleek car pulled up beside her. The window rolled down, and a man with a calm, kind face looked out. "Are you all right, madam?" he asked, his voice steady over the drumming of the rain. Ada could only shake her head, too exhausted to speak. Without another word, he was out of his car, wading through the murky water. He was dressed in an expensive suit, now getting soaked, but he didn't seem to care. He helped her push her car to the side of the road, out of the main flow of traffic. Then he called a tow truck for her and waited with her until it arrived, standing under his large umbrella, shielding her from the worst of the storm. He didn't ask many questions. He just stood there, a quiet, reassuring presence in the middle of her personal storm. His name was Ben Thompson, he told her. He was an investor. When the tow truck finally hooked up her car, he offered her a ride home. She was hesitant, but there was something in his eyes, a deep, steady kindness that made her trust him. In his clean, quiet car, away from the rain, she felt a tiny flicker of warmth for the first time in months. He didn't pry or offer empty words of comfort. He simply drove her home, ensuring she was safe. As she got out of the car, she turned to thank him. "Why did you stop?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "You didn't have to." He looked at her for a long moment, a hint of a smile on his lips. "Everyone needs a little help sometimes," he said softly, "even those who look like they can handle everything on their own." And with that, he was gone. Ada stood in the rain, watching his car disappear into the Lagos night. For the first time since her life had fallen apart, she didn't feel completely alone. A stranger's simple act of kindness had offered her a lifeline. She didn't know it then, but that dark, rainy night was not an ending. It was a new, uncertain beginning. That small seed of hope, planted by a kind stranger, was about to take root. 3 years later, the memory of that rainy night felt like a scene from another life. Ada unlocked the door to her penthouse apartment in Ikoyi. The space was open and airy, with large windows that looked out over the glittering Lagos skyline. It was a world away from the small damp flat in Surulere. It was a world she had built with Ben. She dropped her bag on a chair, the encounter with David still replaying in her mind. His smug smile, the casual cruelty in his words, the way her colleagues had looked at her. It was all so familiar, a ghost she thought she had long since left behind. Her hands were still trembling slightly. The power was out. Of course it was. The sudden silence was punctuated by the distant, familiar chorus of generators kicking on across the neighborhood. NEPA had taken the light again. The city's unreliable power grid was a constant frustration, but tonight the darkness felt fitting. She lit a few candles, their soft glow dancing on the polished floors. She had met Ben again a few months after their first encounter. It had been a chance meeting at an art gallery. He had remembered her, and this time they talked for hours. He was quiet, thoughtful, and saw past the broken pieces to the woman she was trying to become. He didn't see her as unstable or weak, he saw her as strong. Their love had grown slowly, quietly, a sturdy plant in the shelter of their private world. They married a year later, in a small private ceremony with only a few close friends. They had decided to keep their marriage a secret, especially at work. Ben was a reclusive but powerful figure in the business world, with investments across the country. Ada didn't want anyone to think she had gotten her new job at Apex Designs because of him. She needed to prove to herself and to the world that she could succeed on her own terms. Her phone buzzed on the kitchen counter, pulling her from her thoughts. It was Ben, calling from his business trip in Abuja. "Hello, my love." His deep, calm voice was a comfort. "Hi," she said, trying to keep her own voice steady. "How was your day?" "Long but successful," he said. "I'm thinking of coming home a day early. I miss you." Ada's heart fluttered. "I miss you too." There was a pause. Ben knew her too well. "What's wrong, Ada? Your voice sounds tight." She hesitated. She didn't want to burden him. She didn't want him to think she couldn't handle it. "It's nothing. Just a long day at the office." "Is it David?" he asked, his tone suddenly sharp. Ada was silent for a moment. There was no hiding anything from him. "He's back, Ben. He's a consultant on the Sterling Tower project." She heard him take a slow breath on the other end of the line. He didn't say anything for a long moment. The silence was heavy, filled with unspoken history. He knew everything about David, about Sarah, about the project she had lost. He knew the depths of the pain they had caused her. "I'm on my way," he said finally, his voice calm but firm. "Don't worry, Ada. I will handle this." The line went dead. Ada stood in the flickering candlelight, a fresh wave of anxiety washing over her. What did he mean, handle this? Ben was not a man of loud threats or grand gestures. His power was quiet, precise, and absolute. She had seen him dismantle corporate giants with a few quiet words in a boardroom. The thought of him turning that focus on David filled her with a mixture of relief and dread. She had wanted to face this ghost on her own, but now a storm was coming, and she was no longer sure who it would destroy. The next day, David walked into the office as if he owned it. He had a coffee in one hand and was laughing with Mr. Aliyu, his confidence filling the room like a bad smell. Ada tried to ignore him, burying herself in her work, but it was impossible. He had an energy that demanded attention. He called a team meeting for the Sterling Tower project first thing in the morning. Everyone gathered in the glass-walled conference room. David stood at the head of the table, radiating authority. He went through the current plans, his eyes scanning the documents with a critical gaze. When he got to Ada's section, the environmental impact and sustainability features, he paused. He looked directly at her, a small, condescending smile playing on his lips. "Mrs. Okoro," he began, using her married name with a slight mocking emphasis. It was a small jab, a reminder that she had moved on, but he was still there to haunt her. Your projections here seem optimistic. Are you sure these numbers are accurate? We can't afford any emotional guesswork on a project of this scale. The word emotional hung in the air, a deliberate echo of the past. Ada felt her cheeks grow hot. She took a steadying breath. The numbers are based on the latest industry data and material specifications, Mr. Adebayo. They are accurate. He raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Of course. I'm just making sure we're all operating with a clear head. He was trying to corner her, to make her look incompetent in front of her peers. It was the same tactic he had used before, but this time Ada was not the same broken girl. She met his gaze, her own expression calm and steady. My head is perfectly clear, she said, her voice even. The data is in the report. If you have a specific question about the calculations, I'm happy to walk you through them. David's smile tightened for a fraction of a second. He wasn't used to her pushing back. Before he could respond, Grace, a kind senior architect who had always been friendly to Ada, spoke up. Ada's sustainability models are the most thorough I've seen, Grace said calmly. She's meticulous. The support, small as it was, gave Ada a surge of strength. David, seeing he had lost the moment, waved a dismissive hand. Very well, we'll move on. He then spent the rest of the meeting talking about his grand vision for the project. He announced that he would be personally leading the final pitch to the investors at the annual corporate showcase in a few weeks. We need to show them something truly innovative, something they've never seen before, he declared, his eyes gleaming. And I have just the thing. Ada felt a chill run down her spine. His words were too confident, too familiar. He was planning something. After the meeting, Grace caught her by the water cooler. Be careful, Ada, she whispered, her eyes serious. I saw him trying to access old project files on the server this morning, files from 3 years ago. Ada's blood ran cold. He wasn't just there to torment her, he was there for something else. And with a sickening feeling, she began to suspect what it was. He was looking for her old designs, the ones he had stolen from her once before. He was planning to do it again, but this time on a much bigger stage. The ghost of her past was not just haunting her, it was trying to erase her future. The front door of the penthouse opened quietly that evening. Ben stood in the doorway, his travel bag at his feet. He looked tired from the trip, but his eyes were sharp as they found Ada's. He dropped his bag and crossed the room in a few long strides, pulling her into a hug. She melted into his arms, the tension of the last 2 days finally starting to ease. He held her for a long moment, his hand stroking her hair. He didn't say anything, just let her feel his solid, steady presence. You came back, she whispered into his chest. I told you I would, he said, his voice a low rumble. He pulled back just enough to look at her face. Tell me what happened. They sat on the sofa, the city lights twinkling below them like a carpet of fallen stars. Ada told him everything. She told him about David's arrival, the public taunts, the meeting, and Grace's warning about the old files. As she spoke, she felt the familiar sting of tears, but she held them back. She was done crying over David Adebayo. Ben listened without interrupting. His face was a calm mask, his expression unreadable, but she could feel the tension in his hand as he held hers. When she finished, he was silent for a long time, his gaze fixed on the skyline. Ada's anxiety returned. She had wanted to handle this herself, to prove that she was strong enough. Now she feared Ben's involvement would only complicate things. It would expose their secret marriage, and everyone at work would think she had run to her powerful husband for help. They would never see her as an equal. You shouldn't have come back, she said softly. I can handle him. Ben finally turned to look at her, his eyes dark and serious. I have no doubt that you can, Ada, but you shouldn't have to. Not again. He squeezed her hand gently. That man tried to destroy you once. I will not let him have a second chance. But what will you do? She asked, a knot of fear tightening in her stomach. If you go to the office and cause a scene, it will only make things worse for me. They'll say I only have my job because I'm married to you. There will be no scene, Ben said, his voice holding a quiet authority that always surprised her. He won't know what's happening until it's too late. He stood up and walked over to the window, his back to her. "Trust me, my love. I will handle this." Ada watched his silhouette against the bright city lights. She trusted him more than anyone in the world. This situation felt different. This was her battle, her past. His protection, as much as she loved him for it, felt like it could become another kind of cage. She didn't want to be the woman who needed saving. She wanted to be the woman who had saved herself. She took a deep breath, the fear still there, but something else was rising alongside it. A quiet resolve. She didn't know what Ben was planning, but she knew she had to be ready. Whatever storm was coming, she would face it on her own 2 feet. Ben's quiet promise hung in the air. A shield she wasn't sure she wanted, but was grateful to have. She just hoped that when it was all over, she would still be able to stand on her own. The next morning, the office was electric with a nervous energy. Mr. Aliou had called an all-hands meeting, announcing a surprise visit from a major shareholder of the parent company, Thompson Investments. No one had ever met the firm's reclusive founder. His name was spoken in whispers in the corporate world, a legend known for his sharp mind and ruthless business tactics. Ada's heart pounded as she took her seat in the conference room. She knew what was coming. A few minutes later, the doors opened and Mr. Aliou walked in, followed by Ben. A collective gasp went through the room. People sat up straighter, their faces a mixture of shock and awe. This was Ben Thompson, the man who had quietly acquired their company last year. He looked calm and composed, his dark suit simple but impeccably tailored. He surveyed the room with a cool, detached gaze. David was sitting near the front, looking smug. His expression quickly changed from arrogance to confusion as he saw Ben. He had clearly not been expecting this. Ben's eyes scanned the room, pausing for a fraction of a second on Ada before moving on. No one would have noticed the look, but Ada felt it, a silent message of support. Mr. Aliou made the formal introductions, his voice trembling slightly. "Mr. Thompson, thank you for joining us. We're honored to have you." "The honor is mine," Ben said, his voice calm and clear. "I like to know the people who work for me." He then turned his attention to David. "And you must be Mr. Adebayo, our new consultant. I've heard about your ambitious plans for the Sterling Tower project." David stood up, forcing a confident smile. "Mr. Thompson, it's a pleasure. Yes, I believe my new direction will bring significant returns." "I'm sure it will," Ben said, his voice dropping slightly, becoming colder. "But before we proceed, I'd like to have a word with you in private. My office." He gestured toward a smaller, adjoining room. The color drained from David's face. He followed Ben into the room, and the glass door closed behind them. The rest of the team sat in stunned silence, exchanging nervous glances. Ada's hands were clenched in her lap, her knuckles white. She couldn't hear what they were saying, but she could see them through the glass. Ben was speaking calmly, his expression unmoving. David, on the other hand, was growing more and more agitated. He was gesturing wildly, his face pale. Then she saw it. Ben said something quiet, and David froze. His arrogant posture collapsed. He looked down at the floor, then slowly lifted his head to look at Ben. And for the first time, Ada saw pure, undiluted terror in David's eyes. He stared at Ben, then his gaze darted across the room and landed on Ada. In that moment, he knew that the quiet, powerful man who held his entire career in his hands was Ada's husband. The world had just shifted beneath his feet, and he was falling. The smug consultant who had walked in that morning was gone, replaced by a man who had just realized he had picked a fight with a giant. Ada watched, her heart a frantic drum, as the man who had tried to break her began to shatter. The whispers that followed Ben's visit were of a different kind. The snickering and pity were gone, replaced by a mixture of awe and fear. Ada Okoro was no longer just the quiet architect in the corner. She was Mrs. Thompson, the wife of the man who owned the company. People who had ignored her for years now went out of their way to say hello. They offered to get her coffee. They complimented her work with a new, strained sincerity. Ada found it all deeply unsettling. This wasn't the respect she had wanted. It wasn't earned through her talent or hard work. It was borrowed from her husband's power. It felt hollow. She tried to focus on her work, but the atmosphere was suffocating. Every conversation felt like it had a hidden meaning. Every smile seemed to hide a question. She felt like she was under a microscope, and she hated it. Only Grace treated her the same as before. She slid into the chair beside Ada's desk late one afternoon, a cup of tea in her hand. "It must be strange," Grace said, her voice low. Ada let out a long sigh. "You have no idea. I feel like I'm a different person to them now." "They're just intimidated," Grace said. "They'll get over it. Your work has always spoken for itself, Ada. Anyone with eyes can see that." "I hope so," Ada said, though she wasn't so sure. "I just want things to be normal." "Normal is overrated," Grace said with a small smile. "Besides, I have a feeling things are about to get a lot more interesting." Grace's words were more true than she knew. When Ada checked her email a few minutes later, a new message was sitting in her inbox. The sender's name made her stomach clench. Sarah. The subject line was simple. "We need to talk." Ada stared at the screen, her heart pounding. What could Sarah possibly want after all this time? For 3 years, there had been nothing but silence. Ada had erased Sarah from her life, just as Sarah had erased their friendship. Why now? She knew it had to be about David. A wave of anger, cold and sharp, washed over her. Did they think she was still the same weak person they could manipulate? Did they think a simple apology could undo the damage they had done? For a moment, she was tempted to delete the email, to ignore it completely. But she couldn't. She had to know what they were planning. This wasn't just about her past anymore. It was about her future, and she would not let them threaten it again. She took a deep breath, her fingers hovering over the keyboard. She thought about Ben's quiet promise to handle things, but this was something she needed to do herself. This was a ghost she had to face alone. She typed back a short, simple reply. "Where and when?" As she hit send, she felt a strange sense of calm. The fear was still there, but it was overshadowed by a new feeling. Resolve. She was no longer the victim in this story. She was done being silent. The time for whispers was over. It was time for her to speak her truth, and she would not let anyone silence her again. They met at a small, quiet cafe in Ikoyi, not far from the office. The air smelled of roasted coffee and fresh pastries. Sarah was already there, sitting at a small table by the window. She looked nervous, twisting a paper napkin in her hands. She had aged, Ada noticed. The bright, easy smile she once had was gone, replaced by something tired and strained. "Ada, thank you for coming," Sarah said as Ada sat down. Her voice was thin. "What do you want, Sarah?" Ada asked, her tone cool and direct. She had no time for small talk. Sarah flinched at her coldness. I wanted to apologize," she stammered, "for everything. What I did. What we did. It was wrong. I've lived with the guilt every day." Ada listened, her expression unmoving. The words sounded rehearsed, empty. She had dreamed of this moment for years, of hearing Sarah admit her betrayal. But now that it was happening, she felt nothing but a hollow ache. An apology couldn't rebuild the life they had helped to tear down. "Is that all?" Ada asked quietly. Sarah's eyes darted around the cafe before she leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. "It's about David," she said. He's in trouble, Ada. What your husband did, it could ruin him." And there it was, the real reason for this meeting. It wasn't about guilt or forgiveness, it was about damage control. "He came to see me last night," Sarah continued, her words tumbling out in a rush. "He's desperate. He said you and your husband are trying to destroy him. He asked me to talk to you, to ask you to convince your husband to back off." Ada felt a surge of cold fury. "You're asking me to help him, the man who stole my work, destroyed my reputation and broke my heart. You, who stood by and let it happen." Tears welled up in Sarah's eyes. "I know it's a lot to ask, but he's not a bad person, Ada. He makes mistakes. He was scared. We were both scared." "Scared of what?" Ada pressed, her voice sharp. "Scared that I would succeed. Scared that I would be better than you." Sarah looked down, unable to meet her gaze. "He said if you don't stop, he has things he can use against your husband, business dealings, things that aren't clean. He's threatening to release them to the press." The threat was pathetic, and Ada knew it. Ben was one of the most respected and clean businessmen in Nigeria. But the fact that David and Sarah would resort to blackmail after everything else was the final straw. Ada stood up, her chair scraping against the floor. "Tell David this, Sarah. Tell him that his threats mean nothing. Tell him that he made his choice 3 years ago, and now he will have to live with the consequences." She looked at the woman who had once been her closest friend, and all she saw was a stranger. "We are done," Ada said, her voice firm and final. "Don't ever contact me again." She walked out of the cafe without looking back, leaving Sarah sitting alone with her shredded napkin and her empty apology. The air outside was warm, and for the first time Ada felt like she could breathe freely. She had faced her past, and it no longer had any power over her. The ghost was gone, she was free, and she knew now, with absolute certainty, that David Adebayo had no idea what she was truly capable of. He had underestimated her for the last time. That night the penthouse was quiet, except for the soft clinking of ice in their glasses. Ada and Ben stood by the window, watching the endless stream of headlights moving along the roads below. The tension from the past few days had settled into a quiet, determined calm. "He won't stop, you know," Ada said, her voice low. "Sarah came to see me. He's threatening to release false information about your business if we don't back down." Ben took a slow sip of his drink, his eyes fixed on the city. "Let him try. My business is clean. His is not." He turned from the window and walked over to his briefcase, pulling out a slim tablet. He handed it to Ada. "He thinks he is a step ahead. He's wrong." On the screen was a series of documents. Ada's breath caught in her throat as she scrolled through them. It was all there. Her original designs for the Eco Tower, time-stamped and saved on a cloud server from 3 years ago. Next to them were the new project files for the Sterling Tower pitch, the ones David was claiming as his own. The similarities were undeniable. It was a clear case of theft. But there was more. Ben had also uncovered a series of emails. They were between David and Sarah from just after the breakup. They discussed her emotional state and the plan to discredit her so David could take over the project. It was a cold, calculated record of their betrayal. "How did you get this?" Ada whispered, her heart aching at the sight of their casual cruelty. "I have a good security team," Ben said simply. "When David accessed the old server, he left a digital footprint. It wasn't hard to follow. He was so arrogant, he didn't even bother to cover his tracks." Ada felt a wave of nausea. To see her pain laid out so clinically in emails as a business strategy was horrifying. "The annual corporate showcase is in 2 weeks," Ben said, his voice steady. "He plans to present your work as his own in front of the entire industry, live-streamed online." "We have to stop him," Ada said, her voice shaking with anger. "We will," Ben replied. He took the tablet from her hands and looked her directly in the eyes. "But we will do it on our terms. He wants a public stage. We'll give him one." Ada stared at him, understanding dawning in her eyes. "You're not just going to stop him, you're going to expose him." "Justice should be as public as the crime," Ben said, his voice quiet but unyielding. Ada thought about the whispers, the snickers, the years of self-doubt. She thought about the humiliation she had endured, both then and now. The idea of such a public reckoning was terrifying. All she had ever wanted was to quietly rebuild her life, to let her work speak for itself. But maybe Ben was right. Maybe some wounds couldn't heal in the dark. Maybe the only way to truly defeat a ghost was to drag it into the light for everyone to see. She looked from the tablet back to her husband's steady gaze. She saw the strength there, the unwavering support. He wasn't trying to save her. He was offering her a sword. "Okay," she said, her voice stronger now. "Let's do it." A slow smile spread across Ben's face. "Good, because it's time they learned what happens when they mess with my wife." For the first time in 3 years, Ada felt a spark of something she hadn't felt in a long time. It wasn't just hope, it was power. The ballroom of the Eco Hotel was buzzing. Hundreds of people, investors, architects, journalists, and industry leaders, filled the rows of chairs. The stage was brightly lit, with 3 enormous screens ready for the presentation. It was the biggest corporate event of the year. a showcase of the future of Nigerian architecture. Ada sat in the front row, next to an empty seat reserved for Ben. He had told her he would be late, tied up in a last-minute meeting. She knew it was part of his plan. She smoothed down her simple, elegant dress, her hands cold despite the warmth of the room. She felt the eyes of her colleagues on her, their whispers a low hum behind her. Grace gave her a reassuring squeeze on the arm. "You look amazing," she said. "You've got this." Ada gave her a grateful smile, but her stomach was a tight knot of nerves. Then the lights dimmed, and a hush fell over the crowd. Mr. Aliyu walked onto the stage and welcomed everyone. He spoke glowingly of the Sterling Tower project and introduced the brilliant consultant who was leading the charge. David Adebayo walked into the spotlight, a confident, charming smile on his face. He looked directly at the audience, his charisma filling the large hall. He was in his element, a performer on his grandest stage. "Today we are not just talking about a building," he began, his voice smooth and persuasive. "We are talking about a revolution, a new way of thinking about urban living, sustainability, and community." He started his presentation, and Ada watched as her own ideas, her own words, her own dreams came out of his mouth. The slides behind him flashed with beautiful renderings of a building she knew intimately. It was her eco-tower, rebranded and polished, but unmistakably hers. Every curve, every line, every innovative feature was something she had poured her heart and soul into 3 years ago. The anger she felt was a clean, hot fire in her chest. It burned away the last of her fear. She watched him, not as a heartbroken victim, but as a creator watching a thief parade her stolen art. The audience was captivated. They leaned forward, listening intently, nodding in approval. David was good, she had to admit. He was a masterful salesman. He sold her dream with a conviction that almost made it seem like it was his own. He moved toward the climax of his presentation. "And now for the core of our innovation," he said, his voice rising with excitement. "The integrated energy system that will make this building a true landmark of green architecture." He clicked the button on his remote. He was about to present the heart of her design, the most complex and brilliant part of her work. Ada held her breath, her eyes locked on the massive screens behind him. For a split second, the slide with her energy system appeared. Then the screen flickered. It went black for a moment, then a new image appeared. It was not a blueprint. It was a document, stark and clear, with 2 words stamped across it in bold red letters. The audience gasped. David froze, his confident smile vanishing as he stared at the screen behind him. He clicked his remote again, frantically, but the image didn't change. It stayed there, a silent accusation for all to see. On all 3 screens for hundreds of people to witness were the words, "Stolen files." The silence in the grand ballroom was absolute. Every eye was fixed on the 3 giant screens, where the damning words glowed. David stood frozen on the stage, his face a mask of disbelief and panic. He looked from the screens to the technical booth at the back of the room, his mouth opening and closing, but no sound came out. Then the image on the screens changed. On the left, a document appeared, a detailed architectural plan with a small, clear timestamp in the corner. October 14th, 2021. Designer, Ada Okoro. On the right, an almost identical document appeared, the one David had just been presenting. The date on this one was from 3 weeks ago. The screens shifted again, this time displaying an email thread. The sender was David Adebayo. The recipient was Sarah. The date was from 3 years ago. "She's too emotional to handle the pressure," David's email read. "We need to make sure the board sees that. This project is too important to leave in her hands. It should be mine." Sarah's reply was short. "I'll talk to them. They trust me." More emails followed, a cold, clear record of their conspiracy. They had plotted to discredit her, to steal her work, to ruin her career. The whispers in the audience grew louder, a wave of shock and outrage spreading through the room. Ada watched, her heart pounding in her chest. It was one thing to know the truth, but it was another to see it laid bare for the entire world to witness. She felt a strange mix of emotions, fury at their cruelty, but also a deep, profound sense of validation. She had not been crazy. She had not been unstable. She had been betrayed. David stumbled back from the podium, his face pale and slick with sweat. He looked wildly around the room, as if searching for an escape. His eyes landed on Ada, and for a moment she saw a flicker of the old arrogance, quickly replaced by pure, desperate fear. It was then that a figure emerged from the back of the hall. He walked calmly down the central aisle, his footsteps echoing in the stunned silence. He was flanked by two large men in dark suits. It was Ben Thompson. He walked past the rows of shocked faces, his eyes never leaving the stage. He moved with a quiet, unhurried grace that was more intimidating than any shout. He didn't look angry. He looked like a force of nature, calm and unstoppable. He reached the stage and took the microphone from the podium. He looked out at the audience, then his gaze settled on David, who seemed to shrink under his stare. "There has been a change in the presentation," Ben said, his voice amplified by the speakers, filling every corner of the room. It was calm, steady, and sharp as glass. The whispers stopped. Everyone leaned in, waiting. David stood, trapped in the spotlight, as the truth, bright and unforgiving, closed in around him. "Intellectual property is the lifeblood of our industry," Ben began, his voice resonating with quiet power. "It is built on creativity, hard work, and above all, integrity. When that trust is broken, it is not just a breach of contract, it is a theft of someone's soul." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. He turned slightly, his gaze sweeping over the audience before landing back on David. "For the past few weeks, Mr. Adebayo has been working as a consultant for our company. He presented a project he claimed was his own, a project he intended to use to win the Sterling Tower contract." The screens behind him shifted again, showing a clear payment trail from David's consulting firm to a rival company, the same company that had been bidding against Apex Designs. "Not only did Mr. Adebayo steal the designs you see here," Ben continued, his voice as cold as ice, "he was also in the process of selling our company's internal data to our competitor." A wave of gasps and murmurs rippled through the hall. This was no longer just a case of office politics. It was corporate espionage. It was a crime. David finally found his voice. "This is a lie. It's absurd. You have no proof," he shouted, his voice cracking with desperation. Ben simply raised an eyebrow. At that moment, two uniformed officers from the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, appeared at the back of the hall. They walked slowly and deliberately down the aisle, their presence silencing all remaining whispers. David's face crumpled. The last of his blustering confidence evaporated, replaced by the stark, raw fear of a man who knew he was caught. He looked from the approaching officers to Ada, his eyes pleading. But Ada's face was calm. She felt no pity, no satisfaction, only a quiet sense of finality. This was not her revenge. This was the consequence of his own actions, a debt he was finally being forced to pay. The officers reached the stage. "Mr. David Adebayo," one of them said, his voice firm, "you need to come with us." As they escorted him off the stage, his protests fading into the shocked silence of the room, Ben turned back to the microphone. He looked directly at Ada, and a warmth entered his eyes that was meant only for her. "The Sterling Tower project will, of course, move forward," Ben announced. "And it will be led by the person who designed it in the first place." He paused, his gaze still on Ada. "The brilliant and resilient head of our new innovation department, Ada Okoro." He then added, his voice softening, just enough for those in the front rows to hear the pride in it, "My wife." The room erupted. The initial shock gave way to a new wave of whispers, but this time they were different. They were filled with awe and surprise. Then someone started to clap. It was Grace, a wide, proud smile on her face. A moment later, another person joined in, and then another, until the entire hall was filled with the sound of thunderous applause. It was for Ada. She stood up slowly, her legs feeling unsteady, and faced the crowd. They were all looking at her, not with pity, but with respect. It was a respect she had earned, not through marriage, but through her endurance, her talent, and her unwavering strength. In the weeks that followed, the corporate world was consumed by the scandal. David Adebayo's name was plastered across headlines, his reputation in ruins. The investigation by the EFCC uncovered a long history of deceit and fraud. His consulting firm collapsed, and his powerful family, desperate to distance themselves from the disgrace, cut him off completely. Sarah, implicated in the conspiracy, was fired from her own job and vanished from the social scene. Her name a cautionary tale whispered in boardrooms across Lagos. At Apex Designs, the atmosphere had transformed. The air, once thick with gossip, was now clear. Ada walked through the halls, not as Mrs. Thompson, the boss's wife, but as Ada Okoro, the respected architect who was now leading the company's most prestigious project. Her colleagues, humbled and a little ashamed, treated her with a genuine deference, born not of fear, but of admiration for her talent and resilience. She poured all her energy into her work, refining her original designs for the Sterling Tower, making them even better, even more innovative. She worked with her team, leading them with a quiet confidence she hadn't realized she possessed. The project was no longer just a blueprint, it was a symbol of her victory, a testament to her ability to rise from the ashes. Ben never once interfered. He gave her space, trusting her completely, his presence a quiet, steady support in the background. Their marriage was no longer a secret, but it was still their private sanctuary, a place of peace away from the demands of the world. One evening, as they were walking hand in hand through the quiet streets of their Ikoyi estate, the air warm and scented with night-blooming jasmine, Ada stopped. "Thank you," she said, turning to face him. Ben smiled. "For what?" "For believing in me," she said, "even when I had stopped believing in myself." "I never stopped," he replied, his voice soft. "I just waited for you to see what I always saw. A fighter, a survivor, a creator." He was right. She was all of those things. The humiliation and betrayal had left deep scars, but they had not broken her. They had, in a strange way, made her stronger. She had learned that true power wasn't about titles or wealth or who you knew. It was about integrity. It was about knowing your own worth, even when others tried to take it from you. It was about having the courage to speak your truth, even when your voice was shaking. The past was a part of her story, but it no longer defined her. It was simply the fire she had walked through to become the woman she was now. A woman who was not afraid of the whispers because she had found her own voice, and it was stronger than all of them combined. She had found not just success, but peace. And that was a victory greater than any she had ever imagined. A few weeks later, Ada stood on the wide balcony of their penthouse. The sun was setting over the Lagos lagoon, painting the sky in brilliant strokes of orange, pink, and gold. The sprawling city below was beginning to light up, a constellation of man-made stars against the darkening horizon. The air was cool and calm. The chaos of the past month had finally settled. The news cycle had moved on, and the whispers in the office had faded into the normal hum of a busy workplace. The Sterling Tower project was moving forward, and Ada was at its helm, her vision finally coming to life. She had found a new kind of peace, a quiet strength that came not from forgetting the past, but from transforming it. The pain was still a part of her, a faint echo in the quiet moments, but it no longer held her captive. It had become a source of empathy, a wellspring of purpose. Her phone buzzed softly on the table beside her. She picked it up. It was a message from a young woman named Mary, the first person to join the mentorship program at her new non-profit, the Phoenix Foundation. The foundation was something she had started with Ben, a way to help other women who had faced humiliation and betrayal in the workplace, to give them the support and resources she had never had. The message was simple. "Thank you, Mrs. Okoro," it read. "I was ready to give up. After reading your story, I feel like I can start again. You gave me courage." Ada smiled, a real, genuine smile that reached her eyes. She looked out at the vast, glittering city. It was a city of millions of stories, of struggles and triumphs, of falls and rebirths. Her story was just one of them. She thought of David, a man now facing the legal consequences of his own choices, a ghost of his former self. She felt no hatred for him, only a distant, quiet pity. He had been so obsessed with tearing others down that he had ended up destroying himself. Ada took a deep breath, the evening air cool against her skin. She had not needed revenge. Justice had found its own way. The world kept moving, the city kept shining, and for the first time in a very long time, she felt completely and utterly free. The past was behind her. Her work was in front of her. She had not just survived the fire, she had risen from it, stronger and brighter than before. This was not an ending. It was just the beginning.
It's all I have, but you needed it more.
They threw her away to a beggar, thinking it was a punishment. But they didn't know the beggar was a king in disguise. Sarah gave her last meal to a starving stranger at the gate, never guessing that the man she saved would one day give her the world. The rain in Lagos does not knock. It falls like a heavy hammer. Tonight it pounded against the tin roofs of the grand houses in the estate. The noise was deafening, drowning out the hum of electric generators that buzzed from behind high fences. In front of the large black gate of number 11 Freedom Way, a young woman stood shivering. Her name was Sarah. Sarah held a plastic bag close to her chest. Inside were loaves of bread she had been sent to buy hours ago. The traffic, the famous Lagos go slow, had been terrible. Cars had been stuck bumper to bumper for miles, trapped in the chaos of the rainy evening. Sarah had run most of the way back, splashing through muddy puddles that stained her faded skirt, but she was still late. She knocked on the metal gate. "Gibam! Gibam! Gibam! Please open the gate," she cried out, her voice trembling. "It is Sarah." There was no answer. The house inside was bright. She could see the glow of the security lights spilling over the top of the fence. She knew they were inside. She knew they could hear her. "Madam Grace, please," Sarah shouted again, tears mixing with the rain on her face. "I have the bread." Inside the main house, comfortably seated on a plush leather sofa, sat Madam Grace. She was a large woman with a face that could have been beautiful if it weren't always twisted in a scowl. She held a remote control in one hand and a glass of juice in the other. On the television, a movie was playing. Her two daughters, Lily and Rose, were lounging nearby. Lily was painting her nails a bright red, while Rose was busy typing on her expensive smartphone. "Mummy," Rose said without looking up, "I think the rat is at the gate." Madam Grace took a sip of her juice. "Let her knock. Maybe the rain will wash away her stupidity. Who sent her to buy bread by 5 p.m? She knows the traffic is bad." "But Mummy," Lily laughed, "we sent her by 5 p.m. "Exactly," Madam Grace smirked. "She should have flown. Is she not a witch? Let her fly over the traffic." Outside, Sarah's knuckles were bruising. The cold was seeping into her bones. She was not a servant, though everyone treated her like one. She was the adopted daughter of the late Mr. Hope, the man who had built this house. But Mr. Hope was gone, buried 3 years ago in the village. Since that day, Sarah's life had turned into a nightmare. Sarah leaned her forehead against the cold, wet metal. She remembered when the gate used to open wide for her. She remembered when Mr. Hope would drive in, honking the horn in a special rhythm, peep, 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 just to make her laugh. He would step out with gifts, maybe a new book or a dress, and swing her around. "My little princess," he would say. Now she was less than a dog in her own father's house. The dogs had a kennel, the dogs were fed, Sarah was locked out in the storm. A flash of lightning illuminated the street. Sarah saw a shadow move near the drainage gutter. Panic rose in her chest. Lagos streets were not safe at night. "Please," she screamed, banging with both fists now. "Madam Grace, Lily, Rose, I am scared." Inside, the volume of the television was increased. The women laughed at a joke in the movie, completely ignoring the desperate cries from the gate. Sarah slumped to the ground. She pulled her knees to her chest, trying to preserve whatever body heat she had left. She placed the bag of bread on her lap to protect it from the wet ground. Even in her misery, she knew that if the bread got wet, she would be beaten. She closed her eyes and prayed. She prayed not for the gate to open. She knew Madam Grace's heart was harder than the iron bars, but for safety. She prayed that the morning would come quickly. Hours passed. The rain turned into a drizzle, then stopped. The air remained thick and humid. Sarah dozed off, her head resting on her knees. Suddenly, a noise startled her. It was the sound of the small pedestrian gate unlatching. Sarah jumped up, her heart racing. Had they finally come for her? The small door creaked open. It wasn't Madame Grace. It wasn't her sisters. It was the security guard, an old man named Baba Musa. He looked left and right, checking to see if anyone from the main house was watching. "Sarah," he whispered urgently, "quickly, come inside." Sarah didn't wait. She squeezed through the small opening. Baba Musa locked it quietly behind her. "Thank you, Baba," she whispered, her teeth chattering. "Shh." The old man held a finger to his lips. "They locked the main doors. You cannot go inside the house tonight. You will have to sleep in the generator house. It is warm there." Sarah nodded. It wasn't the first time. The generator house was noisy and smelled of diesel fumes. But it had a roof. It was better than the street. "Thank you," she said again, handing him one of the loaves of bread. "Take this. I will tell them it got lost." The old man shook his head, refusing. "Keep your strength, child. You will need it for tomorrow. Tomorrow is laundry day." Sarah walked towards the back of the house, past the windows where she could see her stepmother and sisters, sleeping in their warm, soft beds. She wiped a tear from her cheek and headed for the small concrete shed that housed the roaring machine. This was her life now. But as she curled up on a piece of cardboard near the vibrating generator, Sarah made a silent vow. She would not die here. She would survive. For her father. For herself. The generator roared like a beast, shaking the ground beneath Sarah. The smell of diesel was strong, stinging her nose and making her eyes water. It was hot inside the small shed, a sharp contrast to the freezing rain outside. Sarah lay on the flattened cardboard box, using her arms as a pillow. Sleep was difficult. Her stomach grumbled, empty since the morning. To distract herself from the hunger and the noise, Sarah let her mind drift back to the past. She went to the place in her memory where it was always sunny, and the air smelled of frying plantains and jollof rice. She remembered the orphanage. It was a crowded place in Ibadan with peeling blue paint. Sarah was 7 years old then. She was small for her age, quiet and often overlooked. Other children would run and shout to get attention when visitors came, but Sarah would sit under the mango tree, reading torn books. Then came the day Mr. Hope arrived. He was a tall man with a kind face and a deep, booming laugh. He had come with his wife, Madame Grace. Even then, Sarah remembered, Madame Grace looked unhappy. She had wanted a baby, a boy specifically, not a 7-year-old girl. "Why this one?" Madame Grace had sneered, pointing a long manicured finger at Sarah. "She looks sickly. She is too thin." But Mr. Hope had smiled. He walked over to the mango tree and crouched down. "What are you reading, little one?" "It is a story about a tortoise," Sarah had whispered, clutching the book. "I like stories," Mr. Hope said. "Will you come home with me and read me stories?" That was how it began. Mr. Hope was not just a father, he was her hero. He owned a construction company and built houses all over Nigeria. He was rich, but he never acted arrogant. He taught Sarah that true wealth was not money, but character. "Sarah," he would say, sitting in his study while she did her homework, "money is like the wind. It blows here, it blows there. But a good heart, that is a rock. It stays." Sarah squeezed her eyes shut in the generator house. The memory was so clear she could almost smell his cologne. Life was good for many years. Mr. Hope enrolled her in the best schools. He bought her beautiful clothes. Madame Grace tolerated her because Mr. Hope insisted, but she never showed Sarah any love. Then Madame Grace got pregnant. First came Lily, then Rose. As the biological daughters grew, the house became divided. There was the real family. Madame Grace, Lily and Rose, and then there was Sarah. But as long as Mr. Hope was alive, Sarah was protected. He ensured she was treated equally. Then came the accident. Sarah shivered, and it wasn't from the cold. It was the memory of the phone call, the police officer's voice, the crashed car on the Lagos-Ibadan expressway. Mr. Hope was gone. The funeral was grand. People came from all over the country. Madame Grace cried loudly, throwing herself on the ground. But Sarah stood silently by the grave, her heart shattered into a million pieces. She knew her shield was gone. She knew the winter had arrived. The change happened the very next day. Sarah was moved from her large bedroom upstairs to the small guest room downstairs. A week later, she was moved to the boys' quarters. A month later, she was the maid. "You are a parasite," Madame Grace had told her, holding Mr. Hope's will, which she had somehow managed to hide or manipulate. "You have eaten enough of my husband's money. Now you will work for every grain of rice you swallow." Sarah wanted to run away, but where would she go? She had no other family, and deep down she felt that leaving the house would be abandoning her father's memory. This was the house he built. This was the home he gave her. The generator sputtered and died. The sudden silence was shocking. The lights in the main house would be out now, or the inverter would kick in. For Sarah, it meant the fan in the shed stopped spinning. The heat became oppressive. She sat up, wiping sweat from her forehead. It was nearly dawn. The roosters in the neighboring compound were beginning to crow. "I miss you, Papa," she whispered into the darkness. "I am trying to be a rock, but it is so hard." She stood up and stretched her cramping limbs. She smoothed down her wrinkled skirt. She had to be at the kitchen door before Madame Grace woke up at 6 a.m. If the kettle wasn't boiling for tea, there would be trouble. Sarah stepped out of the shed. The air was cool and fresh after the rain. The sky was a pale grey. She walked to the back door of the main kitchen. It was still locked. She sat on the step, waiting for the cook or the house help to open it from the inside. But then she remembered. Madame Grace had fired the cook last week. "Sarah can do it," she had said. Sarah sighed. She went to the hidden key under the flower pot, a secret only she and the former cook knew, and unlocked the door. She entered the kitchen. It was a modern kitchen with marble countertops and stainless steel appliances. It was dirty. Dirty plates from last night's dinner were piled high in the sink. Bones, half-eaten rice, and empty juice cartons littered the table. "They enjoyed themselves," Sarah muttered. She tied an old apron around her waist. She didn't have time to be angry. Anger took energy, and she needed her energy to work. She filled the kettle with water and set it on the stove. Then she turned to the sink and the mountain of greasy plates. Another day had begun in the house of bondage. By noon the sun was high and fierce. The wet ground from the previous night had dried, leaving behind a humid heat that made the air shimmer. Sarah was outside, sweeping the large paved compound. Her back ached, and her hands were dry from scrubbing the floors all morning. Madame Grace and her daughters were out. They had driven off in the air-conditioned SUV to go shopping for a wedding they were attending that weekend. The house was quiet, save for the rhythmic swish-swish of Sarah's broom. As she swept near the main gate, she heard a low cough. She looked up. Standing on the other side of the black bars was a man. He looked like he had been walking for days. His t-shirt was faded and stained with what looked like cement dust. His jeans were torn at the knees, not for fashion, but from wear. He wore cheap rubber slippers that were thin at the heels. He held onto the gate for support, his head bowed. Sarah put down her broom and walked closer. She was used to beggars coming to the estate gate, usually asking for money or food. Madame Grace always ordered the security to chase them away with a whip. But Baba Musa, the guard, was asleep in his booth. "Hello," Sarah said softly. The man looked up. His face was covered in a layer of dust, but his eyes were sharp and clear. He looked surprised to see her. "Good afternoon, sister," his voice was raspy. "Please, do you have water? Just a little water. I am very thirsty." Sarah looked at him. He didn't look dangerous. He looked exhausted. She knew what it felt like to be thirsty and denied. "Wait here," she said. She ran back to the tap near the garden. She found a clean plastic cup and filled it with cool water. She also grabbed a small plastic bottle, filled it, and hurried back to the gate. She unlocked the small pedestrian door and stepped out. The man's eyes widened as he saw the water. He drank the cup in one go, the water spilling down his chin and washing away streaks of dust. "Thank you," he gasped. "Thank you so much." "Here," Sarah handed him the bottle. "Take this one for the road." The man took the bottle. He looked at Sarah properly for the first time. He saw her worn-out clothes, her tired eyes, but also the kindness in her face. "You are very kind," he said. "Most people in this estate would pour the water on the ground before giving it to a man like me." Sarah smiled sadly. Water is free. Kindness should be too. Are you okay? You look like you walked from far. I am a bricklayer, the man lied smoothly. I was working at a site down the road, but the foreman cheated me. He didn't pay me. I am walking back to the mainland. Sarah's heart sank. That is wicked. To work and not be paid. I know how that feels. The man tilted his head. But you live in this big house. Sarah looked back at the mansion. Living in a house does not mean you own it. Sometimes the golden cage is still a cage. The man stared at her, intrigued. I am John. I am Sarah, she replied. Sarah, he repeated, testing the name. Sarah means princess, doesn't it? I think so, she shrugged, but I am more of a maid than a princess. John smiled. It was a nice smile, white teeth contrasting against his dusty beard. Even a maid can have the heart of a queen. Thank you for the water, Sarah. You are welcome, John. Just then the sound of a horn blasted behind them. Sarah jumped. It was the SUV returning. Madame Grace was driving, and she was honking impatiently because the gate was not fully open. Sarah panicked. Oh no, they are back. Who? John asked. My stepmother. Please, you have to go. She doesn't like strangers. John nodded. He didn't run away like a scared thief. He simply stepped back, clutching the water bottle. I will go. Thank you again. Sarah rushed inside to wake Baba Musa and open the main gate. The heavy iron gate swung open and the silver SUV rolled in. Madame Grace lowered the window as she drove past Sarah. Who was that dirty man you were talking to? She snapped. He was just asking for directions, Ma, Sarah lied, looking at her feet. Directions to where? The garbage dump? Rose laughed from the back seat. Next time, Madame Grace hissed, tell Baba Musa to release the dogs. We don't want filth standing in front of our house. It lowers the property value. The car drove into the garage. Sarah exhaled, her heart pounding. She looked back at the street, but John was gone. She picked up her broom and continued sweeping, but for the first time in a long while, she didn't feel completely alone. Someone had looked at her and seen a person, not a servant. 2 days later, John returned. Sarah was outside washing the car. It was a Saturday, and the sun was unforgiving. She was scrubbing the tires of Lily's car when she saw him standing by the gate again. He looked the same, dusty clothes, tired posture, but this time he wasn't asking for water. He was just standing there, looking through the bars. Sarah checked to make sure the coast was clear. Madame Grace was sleeping, and the sisters were in their rooms with the air conditioning on full blast. She walked to the gate. John, you are back. I came to return the bottle, he said, holding up the plastic bottle she had given him. It was empty. Sarah laughed softly. It is a plastic bottle, John. You didn't need to return it. I wanted to, he said, and I wanted to see if you were okay. Sarah felt a blush warm her cheeks. I am fine, just working. You are always working, John observed. Does the work ever end? Not really, Sarah admitted. Just then her stomach let out a loud growl. It was embarrassing. She held her stomach. John frowned. Have you eaten? Not yet, Sarah said. I have to finish washing the cars first. It is 2 p.m., John said. That is too late. I'm used to it, Sarah shrugged. What about you? Have you eaten? John looked away. No work today. No money. Sarah looked at him. He was a big man, strong. He needed food more than she did. Without thinking, she made a decision. Wait here, she whispered. She ran back to the boys' quarters where her room was. On her small table was a covered plastic plate. It was her lunch, a portion of jollof rice she had managed to save from the bottom of the pot before serving the family. It wasn't much, and there was no meat, just rice, but it was savory and smelled good. She grabbed the plate and a spoon and ran back to the gate. She passed the plate through the bars. Here, she said, eat. John looked at the food, then at her. This is your food, Sarah. I am not that hungry, she lied. Please, you look like you will faint. John hesitated, then took the plate. He sat down on the curb outside the gate and began to eat. He ate hungrily, scraping every grain. Sarah watched him, feeling a strange satisfaction. Seeing him eat made her forget her own hunger. "This is delicious," John said between mouthfuls. "You cooked this?" "Yes," Sarah smiled. "My father used to say I make the best jollof in Lagos." "He was right," John said. He looked at her with an intensity that made her look away. "Why are you so kind, Sarah? You don't know me. I am a nobody. A bricklayer with torn trousers." "You are a human being," Sarah said simply, "and nobody is a nobody. We are all just people trying to survive." John finished the food and handed the plate back. "Thank you. I will never forget this." "It's just rice," Sarah laughed. "No," John shook his head. "It is not just rice. It is sacrifice. There is a difference." Suddenly, the front door of the main house banged open. "Sarah." It was Lily's voice, shrill and angry. "Where are you? The generator just went off. Go and change over." Sarah jumped. "I have to go." "Go," John said, "but I will come back." "Please, be careful," Sarah warned. "If they see you—" "Let them see," John said, a strange confidence in his voice. "I am not afraid of them." Sarah ran back towards the house, hiding the empty plate under her shirt. She didn't know why this strange man kept coming back, or why she felt so drawn to him. But as she switched the generator power, she realized she was smiling. It was the first time she had smiled in months. The secret didn't last long. In a house where everyone watched everyone else with suspicion, nothing stayed hidden. A week later, John came by again. He brought a small flower he had picked from a bush on the roadside. It was a yellow hibiscus, slightly wilted but bright. He stood at the gate, whistling a tune. Sarah heard it from the laundry area and ran to the gate. "For the princess," John said, passing the flower through the bars. Sarah took it, her eyes shining. "It's beautiful." "It matches your spirit," John said. Suddenly, a car pulled up to the gate. It wasn't Madame Grace. It was Rose, returning from a salon visit with her friends in a taxi. She stepped out and saw John standing there. She saw the flower in Sarah's hand. "Ew!" Rose screamed, wrinkling her nose. "What is this? Sarah, is this thing your boyfriend?" Sarah hid the flower behind her back. "No, Rose, he smells like wet cement." Rose laughed, covering her nose. "Oh my God, this is hilarious. Hey, you, bricklayer." John stood his ground. He didn't look down. He looked Rose in the eye. "My name is John." "I don't care what your name is," Rose scoffed. "Get away from our gate. You are blocking the air." She pushed past him and banged on the gate for Sarah to open it. Sarah quickly unlocked it. Rose marched in, then turned around to yell at John again. "If I see you here again, I will call the police." She stormed into the house, yelling, "Mummy, Lily, come and hear this. Sarah has found a husband." Sarah looked at John with apologetic eyes. "I am so sorry. Please go." "I am not leaving until I know you are okay," John said calmly. Within seconds, the whole family was on the porch. Madame Grace came out, adjusting her wrapper. Lily followed, holding a bowl of popcorn as if she were watching a show. "Where is he?" Madame Grace asked. "Where is the Prince Charming?" She saw John standing by the gate. She looked him up and down, taking in the dusty boots and the faded shirt. She burst into a loud, cackling laugh. "Oh, Sarah," Madame Grace wiped a tear from her eye. "I always knew you had low standards, but this is a new low." "He looks like he sleeps in a gutter," Lily giggled, throwing a piece of popcorn into her mouth. "He gave her a flower," Rose pointed accusingly. "A bush flower. Probably picked it from a refuse dump." They laughed together, a chorus of cruelty. Sarah stood trembling, clutching the flower. She wanted the ground to open up and swallow her. But John did not shrink. He held onto the bars of the gate and spoke. His voice was deep and carried well. "You laugh," John said, "but this woman has more dignity in her little finger than all of you combined. She is kind. She is hard-working. Beauty is not just about wigs and makeup." The laughter stopped abruptly. Madame Grace's eyes narrowed. No poor man had ever dared to speak back to her. "You have a mouth on you, rat," Madame Grace hissed. "You think because you found a desperate girl, you can speak to your betters?" "I see no betters here," John said calmly, "only loud noises." Madame Grace turned purple with rage. "Baba Musa, release the dogs. Chase this madness away." Baba Musa, who liked John because John always greeted him with respect, pretended to fumble with his keys. "Coming, madam. The keys are stuck." "Go, John," Sarah cried out. "Please." John looked at Sarah. "I will see you soon, Sarah." He turned and walked away, his head high, walking with a stride that seemed too confident for a poor labourer. Madame Grace turned on Sarah. She slapped the flower out of her hand and crushed it under her slipper. "You like rubbish, eh?" she spat. "Good. Since you like rubbish so much, you can sleep in the garbage dump tonight. Get out." She pushed Sarah towards the gate. "Mummy, wait," Lily said, a wicked gleam in her eye. "Why chase her away? If she loves the bricklayer so much, why don't we let her marry him?" Madame Grace paused. She looked at Sarah, then at the retreating figure of John. A slow, evil smile spread across her face. "You are right, my daughter," Madame Grace said softly. "Why didn't I think of that? We can finally get rid of her. And she can go and suffer in the gutter where she belongs." The next morning, the atmosphere in the house was strange. Usually there was shouting and orders. Today there was a calm, cold silence. Sarah was summoned to the living room. Madame Grace sat on her throne-like chair. Lily and Rose sat on the armrests, looking like vultures waiting for a meal. "Sarah," Madame Grace began, her voice dangerously sweet, "we have been thinking." Sarah stood with her hands clasped, looking at the floor. "Yes, Ma?" "You are 24 years old," Madame Grace said. "By your age, a woman should be in her husband's house. We have tried to find you suitors, rich men. But, well, you are simply not lucky." Sarah said nothing. They had never tried to find her a suitor. They hid her whenever guests came. "But yesterday," Madame Grace continued, "we saw that your heart has chosen. You like that construction man. That John." Sarah looked up, surprised. "Ma?" "Don't deny it," Rose chipped in. "We saw the way you looked at him, like he was a roasted chicken." "We have decided to be generous," Madame Grace said. "We will allow you to marry him." Sarah was confused. "Marry him? But I don't. I mean, we just met." "Do not play hard to get," Lily laughed. "He is the only man who has ever looked at you twice. Besides, beggars cannot be choosers." "Here is the deal." Madame Grace stood up, her voice turning hard. "I am tired of seeing your face. I want you out of my house. Since you found this man, you will go with him. Today." "Today?" Sarah gasped. "But where will we go? He has no money. That is not my problem," Madame Grace shrugged. "When he comes back, and he will come back, rats always return to where they found food, you will go with him. If you refuse, I will accuse you of theft. I will say you stole my gold jewelry. I will call the police, and you will rot in Kirikiri prison." Sarah felt the blood drain from her face. She knew Madame Grace would do it. She had threatened it before. "So," Madame Grace smiled, "marriage or prison? Choose." Sarah looked at the three women. She saw no mercy in their eyes. She realized that her time in this house was truly over. Mr. Hope's house was no longer a home. It was a trap. "I will go," Sarah whispered. "Good," Madame Grace clapped her hands. "Go and pack your rags." Sarah went to her room in the boys' quarters. She took out her only bag, a checkered Ghana must-go bag. She packed her few dresses, her worn-out Bible, and a picture of Mr. Hope. That was all she had in the world. Later that afternoon, John appeared at the gate. He didn't even have to knock. The gate was wide open. Madame Grace was waiting for him. "Hey, bricklayer," she called out. John stopped, wary. "My name is John." "Whatever," she waved her hand. "You want Sarah? You can have her. Take her. She is yours. No bride price needed. Consider it a charity donation." John looked confused. He looked at Sarah, who was standing by the door with her bag, tears streaming down her face. "Sarah," John asked gently, "what is happening?" Sarah walked up to him. She looked into his eyes. "John, they are throwing me out. They said I must go with you or go to prison. I have nowhere else." John looked at Madame Grace, then at Sarah. A flash of intense anger crossed his face, but he quickly hid it. He looked at Sarah with softness. "You want to come with me?" he asked. "I have nothing, Sarah. No money, no fancy car, just a small room in the slum. I don't care, Sarah said, and she meant it. I would rather live in a hut with peace than in a palace with war. John nodded slowly. He reached out and took her bag. Okay, let's go home. Good riddance, Rose shouted, filming them with her phone. Bye-bye, Mrs. Bricklayer. Send us a postcard from the gutter. The sisters laughed as John and Sarah walked out of the gate. The heavy iron doors slammed shut behind them with a final, resounding clang. Sarah didn't look back. She walked beside the dusty stranger, stepping into a future she couldn't see. They walked for a long time. They left the paved roads of the estate and entered the chaotic, bustling streets of the mainland. The noise of Lagos surrounded them. Motorcycles honking, bus conductors shouting, Oshodi, Oshodi. The smell of exhaust and roasting meat. Sarah was tired, but she didn't complain. John carried her bag effortlessly. Are you sure about this, Sarah? John asked as they turned down a narrow, muddy street. Where I live. It is not like where you came from. I told you, Sarah said. I just want peace. They arrived at a crowded compound in a poor neighborhood. It was a face me, I face you building where families lived in single rooms and shared a hallway. The paint was peeling and children ran around half naked in the dirt. John led her to a room at the back. He unlocked a padlock and pushed the wooden door open. Welcome, he said. The room was tiny. It had a single mattress on the floor, a small kerosene stove in the corner, and a plastic chair. There was a rope strung across the room for hanging clothes. The walls were bare cement. It was hot and stuffy. Sarah stepped in. It was smaller than the generator house, but it was clean. It's cozy, she said. John watched her closely. He was waiting for the disgust. He was waiting for her to scream, to cry, to demand to go back. Instead, Sarah set down her purse. Do you have a broom? It's a bit dusty in the corners. John blinked. You want to sweep? If we are going to live here, it must be clean, Sarah said, rolling up her sleeves. And do we have water? I need to wash the floor. John couldn't help it. He smiled. I will fetch water. For the next few hours they worked. Sarah scrubbed the floor. She arranged her few clothes on the line. She organized the small corner that served as the kitchen. By evening, the room smelled of soap and fresh air. They sat on the mattress, tired but relaxed. I'm sorry I don't have much food, John said, looking down. I have some gari and groundnut. That is a king's meal, Sarah said. Soak the gari. I will add sugar. They ate from a single bowl. It was simple, but Sarah felt lighter than she had in years. There was no Madame Grace shouting, no bells ringing for service, just John sharing his food. So, Sarah asked, you are a bricklayer? Yes. John nodded, avoiding her eyes. Jobs are scarce right now, but I try. My father started as a laborer, Sarah said. He carried cement on his head before he built his company. There is no shame in honest work, John. We will manage. John felt a lump in his throat. He looked at this woman, sitting in a slum, eating gari with a smile and comparing him to her father. He knew then that he was falling in love. Life in the slum was hard. The electricity was rare. NEPA took the light more than they gave it. Water had to be fetched from a borehole down the street. The bathroom was shared with 10 other noisy neighbors. But Sarah bloomed. She turned the tiny room into a home. She bought cheap fabric from the market and made curtains. She found an old tin can and planted a flower in it, placing it by the small window. John would leave early in the morning, dressed in his work clothes. He told her he was going to look for work at construction sites. In reality, he would go to a private location, shower, change into a suit, and run his Billionaire empire from his office. But every evening he would change back into his dusty clothes and return to Sarah. He watched her struggle. He saw her counting the few naira notes she had to buy fish for their soup. He saw her washing their clothes by hand until her knuckles were raw. It pained him. He wanted to give her everything immediately, but he needed to be sure. His father's voice warned him, wait, let the metal be tested by fire. One evening, John came home looking dejected. What happened? Sarah asked, taking his bag. The foreman, John sighed. He said there is no work for the next 2 weeks. No pay. Sarah's face fell, but only for a second. She forced a smile. It is okay. We have enough rice for a few days. I can sell pure water in the market to make some extra cash. No, John said sharply, you will not hawk on the street. Why not? Sarah asked. I want to help. You help by being here, John said, grabbing her hands. Sarah, do you regret it? Coming with me? Sarah looked around the small room. The walls were rough, but they held safety. John, she said, in the big house, I was empty. Here, my stomach might be empty sometimes, but my heart is full. I don't regret anything. John pulled her into a hug. He smelled of sweat and dust, which he carefully applied before coming home, but to Sarah he smelled like safety. 3 weeks passed. John decided it was time for the final test. One morning he left for work as usual, but he deliberately dropped a brown leather wallet on the floor near the door. Inside the wallet was a significant amount of cash, 50,000 naira. For someone living in that room, it was a fortune. It was enough to buy food for months, or buy new clothes, or even rent a better room. Sarah found the wallet while sweeping. She picked it up. She opened it and gasped at the bundle of crisp notes. She looked at the door. John was gone. She sat on the bed, holding the wallet. 50,000 naira. She could buy meat. She could buy a small fan. She could buy a new dress to replace her torn one. But then she frowned. This was John's money. Maybe he saved it for an emergency. Maybe it wasn't even his. Maybe he was holding it for his boss. If she spent it, he would be in trouble. She zipped the wallet shut and placed it under his pillow. That evening, John returned. He looked anxious. He searched his pockets, patting them frantically. My wallet, he cried. Sarah, did you see a wallet? I lost it. It belongs to the foreman. If I don't find it, he will kill me. It has 50,000 naira. Sarah smiled calmly. She reached under the pillow and pulled out the brown wallet. Is this it? She asked. John grabbed it. He opened it and counted the money. It was all there, every single note. He looked at Sarah, stunned. You didn't take anything, not even to buy fish. It is not our money, John, Sarah said. If it belongs to your foreman, then it is a debt. I cannot eat stolen bread. It will turn to gravel in my mouth. John stared at her. His eyes filled with tears. This was it. This was the woman. She had passed the test that 99% of people would fail. She was honest to her core. Sarah, John whispered, you are a treasure. Stop acting like I did something special, she laughed. Come and eat. It is beans and gari tonight. A few days later, things got harder. John claimed he lost his job entirely. He stayed home for 2 days, looking miserable. The food ran out. There was literally nothing in the house but water. Sarah went into her bag. She pulled out a small knotted handkerchief. Inside was N5000. It was money she had hidden away years ago, given to her by Mr. Hope before he died. It was her last connection to him, her emergency fund. She handed it to John. What is this? John asked. It is my savings, Sarah said. Take it, buy tools, start your own small business. Maybe you can fix things for people instead of working for wicked foremen. John looked at the crumpled notes. He knew how much this money meant to her. It was her safety net, and she was giving it to him. Sarah, he said, his voice shaking, you are giving me your last? We are partners, Sarah said. If you rise, I rise. If you fall, I fall. Take it. John stood up. He didn't take the money. Instead, he walked to the window and looked out, trying to hide his emotion. He couldn't keep up this charade much longer. It was becoming cruel to let her suffer when he could give her the world. Keep your money, Sarah, he said, and turning back, I have a feeling, a strong feeling, that our luck is about to change. I hope so, Sarah smiled weakly, her stomach growling. Tomorrow, John said, I have an interview, a big one, with a very rich boss in the island. If I get this job, everything changes. I will pray for you, Sarah said. The next day, while John was out at his interview, Sarah was outside washing their clothes in a bucket. A car honked loudly. Sarah looked up. It was the silver SUV. Madam Grace, Lily, and Rose had somehow tracked them down. They had probably bribed the Okada riders at the junction to find the girl who married the bricklayer. They stepped out of the car, holding their noses as they looked at the dilapidated building. "Oh my God," Lily shrieked. "It is worse than I thought. It is a pigsty." "Look at her." Rose pointed at Sarah, who was covered in soapsuds. "From mansion to mud. Sarah, how is the honeymoon?" Madame Grace walked up, kicking a bucket of water over. "We just came to see if you were still alive. We placed a bet, you see. I said you would be back begging in a week." Sarah stood up. She wiped her hands on her skirt. She didn't feel fear anymore. She felt pity for them. "I am fine, Madame Grace," Sarah said. "We are happy." "Happy?" Madame Grace laughed. "Look at you. You look like a skeleton. Here." She reached into her bag and pulled out a N500 note. She threw it into the mud at Sarah's feet. "Buy yourself some soap. You smell of poverty." Sarah looked at the money in the mud. She didn't pick it up. "Keep your money," Sarah said quietly. "I don't need it." "Pride," Madame Grace scoffed. "Pride goeth before a fall, but you have already fallen." They got back into the car, laughing hysterically. As they drove off, they splashed mud all over Sarah's freshly washed clothes. Sarah stood there, trembling. She picked up the dirty clothes and started washing them again. She cried, but they were tears of determination. She would prove them wrong. She and John would make it. That evening, John came home. He was wearing his dusty clothes, but he was carrying a plastic bag with a whole roasted chicken and juice. "John," Sarah exclaimed, "where did you get this?" "I got the job," John shouted, spinning her around. "The big boss hired me. I am now the head of maintenance for his estate." "Oh, thank God," Sarah cheered. "And guess what?" John said, his eyes twinkling. "The boss wants to meet my wife. He is a very generous man. He invites all his new staff to a dinner party at his mansion this Saturday." "Me?" Sarah panicked. "But John, I have nothing to wear. Look at me." "Don't worry," John said. He reached into his bag and pulled out a wrapped package. "I asked the boss for an advance. I bought you this." Sarah opened it. It was a simple but elegant blue dress. It wasn't designer, but it was new and clean. "It's beautiful," Sarah whispered. "You will look like a queen in it," John said. "We are going to the party, Sarah, and after that, we are never coming back to this room." Sarah thought he meant they would move to a slightly better room. She didn't know he meant they were leaving poverty forever. Unknown to Sarah, John had also sent an invitation to Madame Grace. The invitation was fancy, embossed with gold letters. It invited Madame Grace and family to an exclusive gala hosted by the CEO of Phoenix Oil Gas, the mysterious billionaire Meister J.K. Madame Grace was ecstatic. "Phoenix Oil, that implies serious money," she screamed. "He must have heard of my beautiful daughters. Lily Rose, get ready. This is your chance to catch a billionaire husband." They spent the next 2 days shopping, buying expensive lace and jewelry. They had no idea the billionaire was the man they had called a rat. On Saturday evening, Sarah put on the blue dress. She combed her hair neatly. John wore a simple shirt and trousers, clean but not expensive. "You look lovely," John said. "I'm nervous," Sarah admitted. "Rich people, they can be mean." "Not this one," John smiled. "This one knows your worth." They took a taxi, John said the boss paid for it, to the exclusive neighborhood of Banana Island. The taxi stopped in front of a gate that was twice the size of Madame Grace's. Security guards in uniform saluted as they walked in. Sarah gripped John's arm. "John, are you sure we are allowed in here?" "Yes," John said. "Trust me." The mansion was like something out of a movie. White marble, gold pillars, a fountain in the driveway. Expensive cars, Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, were parked in front. As they walked towards the entrance, another car pulled up. It was Madame Grace's SUV. Madame Grace, Lily and Rose stepped out, dressed in loud, flashy outfits. They saw Sarah and John walking ahead. "What?" Rose gasped. "What are they doing here?" Madame Grace marched up to them. "Hey, you two. Did you follow us here? Did you come to beg for leftovers?" Sarah shrank back, but John held her firm. "We were invited," John said calmly. "Liar," Lily shouted. "Security, security, throw these beggars out." A security guard approached. Madame Grace pointed at John. "Officer, remove this trash. They are trespassing." The security guard looked at John. He didn't move. He bowed his head. "Good evening, sir." Madam Grace froze. "Sir, why are you calling the bricklayer, sir?" John ignored her. He turned to Sarah. "Shall we go inside?" He led a confused Sarah into the grand hall. The stepfamily followed, confused but arrogant, assuming the guard made a mistake. Inside, the hall was filled with guests. Waiters were serving champagne. A live band was playing. John walked to the center of the room. He clapped his hands. The music stopped. The room went silent. "Welcome, everyone," John's voice boomed. It sounded different, authoritative, powerful. "Thank you for coming to my home." Madam Grace's jaw dropped. "His home." John turned to Sarah. He took her hand. "Sarah, forgive me for the lies. I told you I was a bricklayer. I told you I was poor. I did it because I needed to find someone who loved John. The man, not John, the billionaire." He gestured to the room. "I am John Kelvin, CEO of Phoenix Oil. And this is my house. And everything I have is yours." Sarah covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. "John, is this real?" "It is real," John smiled. "You fed me when you had nothing. You sheltered me. You defended me. You are the queen I have been looking for." He turned to the stunned stepfamily. They were trembling. Lily dropped her expensive clutch purse. "Madam Grace," John said, his voice cold as ice. "Lily, Rose, do you remember the bricklayer, the rat, the filth?" We, Madam Grace stammered. "It was a joke. We were joking." "You were cruel," John said. "You treated this diamond like a stone. You locked her out in the rain. You mocked her. Now look at her. She is the lady of this house." Lily tried to step forward, flashing a seductive smile. "John, baby, I knew it was a test. I actually liked you. I was just playing hard to get." John laughed. "Sam," he called out. A man in a sharp suit stepped forward. It was the taxi driver from before. "Yes, boss? Please escort these trespassers out of my estate and tell the security at the gate that they are banned for life." "No? Please." Madam Grace fell to her knees. "Sarah, my daughter, help us." Sarah looked at them. She saw the women who had made her life a hell. She felt no hate, only pity. "Goodbye, Madam Grace," Sarah said softly. "I hope you find peace." Security dragged them out, wailing and screaming, while the guests watched in silence. Later that night, Sarah and John sat on the balcony of the master bedroom, overlooking the city lights. "I am still in shock," Sarah said, sipping a glass of juice. "I feel like I will wake up in the generator house." "You will never sleep there again," John promised. "This is your life now." "But why?" Sarah asked. "Why go to such lengths?" John looked at the stars. "My father married a woman for her beauty. She didn't love him, she loved his wallet. When he got sick, she abandoned him. I vowed I would never make that mistake. I needed to know the heart of the woman I married." He turned to her. "And your heart, Sarah? It is pure gold." Sarah leaned her head on his shoulder. "I loved you when you had nothing, John. I love you now that you have everything. The money doesn't change who you are to me." "I know," John said, kissing her forehead. "That is why I am the luckiest man in Nigeria." From the slums of the mainland to the palaces of the island, the story of the maid who married a billionaire was told for years. But for Sarah and John, it wasn't a fairy tale. It was simply the reward for a heart that remained kind, even in the darkest storm.
Let me help you.
A poor pregnant widow is thrown out into the cold Lagos rain with nowhere to go. Just when she loses all hope, a broken billionaire stops his car, and in that one moment of kindness, both of their lives change forever. The air in the small compound was thick with the sweet smell of jollof rice and the sound of happy music blasting from a single, overworked speaker. Ruth smiled, a wide, genuine smile that made her eyes sparkle. This was her wedding day. There were no fancy halls or expensive clothes, just a gathering of close friends and neighbors in their small Face Me I Face You compound. Her dress was a simple white gown a neighbor had sewn for her, but when she looked at Daniel, she felt like the richest queen in the world. Daniel stood beside her, his hand holding hers tightly. He wasn't a rich man. He was a mechanic, his hands often stained with engine oil, but his heart was pure gold. He leaned close and whispered in her ear, his voice warm over the loud music. "My wife," he said, testing the word on his tongue, "you look more beautiful than all the stars in the sky." Ruth's cheeks grew warm. Later that day, when most of the guests had left, they sat together on the worn-out sofa in their one-room apartment. The room was tiny. It had a bed, a small table, a gas cooker in the corner, and a curtain that separated the main room from the tiny bathroom. It wasn't much, but it was theirs. It was home. Daniel looked at her, his eyes serious now. "Ruth, I know we don't have much. I know this room is small. But I promise you, I will take care of you forever. I will work so hard. If I have to fight the whole Lagos traffic every single day just to put food on our table, I will do it. You will never suffer." Ruth believed him. She placed her head on his shoulder, feeling the steady beat of his heart. "I am not suffering, Daniel. As long as I am with you, I have everything I need." A month later, the joy in their small home multiplied. Ruth woke up feeling sick, a strange tiredness in her bones. After a visit to the local chemist, she came home with a small paper bag, her heart beating like a drum. She waited until Daniel came home from work, his face tired but lighting up the moment he saw her. She gave him the bag without a word. He opened it, confused, and pulled out the small pregnancy test strip. It had 2 bright pink lines. He looked at it, then at her, then back at the strip. His eyes filled with tears. "Ruth, are you?" he stammered. She nodded, tears of joy streaming down her own face. He let out a whoop of laughter and lifted her off the ground, spinning her around in their tiny room. "We are going to be parents. I am going to be a father." They cried together, tears of pure, undiluted happiness. That night, they couldn't sleep. They lay in the dark, making small, hopeful plans. He would work extra hours. She would start knitting tiny socks. They talked about names, about whether it would be a boy or a girl. Daniel placed his hand on her still flat stomach and spoke to the baby. "Hello, little one," he whispered. "This is your papa. I can't wait to meet you. I am going to build a whole workshop, a big one, and you will have everything you need. I promise." Ruth closed her eyes, a peaceful smile on her face. Their life was simple, their pockets were empty, but their hearts were overflowing with love. She had a good husband and a baby on the way. In their small room, under the Lagos moon, everything felt perfect. The storm was gathering far away, but they couldn't hear its thunder yet. The man who changed their lives wore a clean, starched shirt and spoke with a smooth, confident voice. He met Daniel at the mechanic workshop where he worked. He introduced himself as a businessman, a contractor for a big company that needed a fleet of their vehicles serviced. It was a massive contract, the kind Daniel had only ever dreamed of. "The only thing," the man said, lowering his voice conspiratorially, "is that we need a partner who is invested. We need to know you are serious. There is a small investment required to secure the contract. It's for the registration and paperwork. Once you pay it, the contract is yours. You will make 10 times that amount in the first month alone." Daniel's heart pounded in his chest. This was it. This was the breakthrough he had been praying for. This was how he would give Ruth and the baby the life he had promised them. He told the man he needed to think about it. That night, he explained the deal to Ruth. He showed her the fake business cards and the impressive-looking documents the man had given him. "This is our chance, Ruth. Our chance to get out of this one room. We can rent a better place before the baby comes. I can finally open my own workshop." A small knot of worry tightened in Ruth's stomach. "Daniel, are you sure about this, man? It sounds too good to be true. All our savings, it's everything we have." They had saved every spare naira for months, putting money aside for the baby's arrival. It wasn't much, but it was their safety net. Daniel's face was filled with such desperate hope that it broke her heart. "I know it's a risk," he admitted, "but sometimes in this Lagos, you have to take a risk to move forward. I want to be a good father, a good husband. I don't want our child to grow up struggling like we did." Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Ruth pushed her own fears aside. She trusted her husband. If he believed in this, then she would believe in him. She took his hand. "Okay, my husband, if you think this is right, then we will do it. God will be with us." The next day, Daniel took all their savings from the small metal box they kept under the bed and gave it to the businessman. The man smiled, shook his hand firmly, and promised to call him in 2 days with the final contract. 2 days passed, then 3. A week. The man's phone was switched off. The address he had given Daniel was a fake, an empty plot of land. The man, the contract, and all their money had vanished, gone like a puff of smoke in the wind. When the reality finally crashed down on him, Daniel sat on the floor of their room, his head in his hands. He didn't make a sound, but his whole body shook. Ruth knelt beside him, her own heart breaking, not for the money, but for the broken hope in her husband's eyes. He began to crumble. The landlord was already knocking for the next month's rent. The small foodstuff they had in the house was finishing. The baby was growing bigger inside her, a constant reminder of the future he could no longer provide for. He stopped eating properly. He would leave for work in the morning with a fake smile, pretending everything was fine. But Ruth could see the life draining from him. He would come home late, his shoulders slumped, the weight of his failure pressing down on him, suffocating him slowly. He would turn away from her in bed, hiding his tears in the darkness. The happy music in their home had died, replaced by a heavy, suffocating silence. Weeks turned into a month, and their world shrank until it was just 4 walls, filled with hunger and despair. The pot of soup was now mostly water. The bag of gari was almost empty. Ruth would soak the last few grains in water for Daniel, pretending she wasn't hungry herself. "You need your strength for work," she would say, forcing a smile that didn't reach her tired eyes. She tried her best to lift his spirits. She would read passages from her small Bible to him, her voice soft and full of a faith she was desperately clinging to. "God has not forgotten us, Daniel," she would whisper at night, holding his hand. "He will make a way. We just have to keep praying." But Daniel's spirit was like a cracked clay pot, and the water of hope was leaking out faster than she could pour it in. His shame was a physical thing, a heavy cloak he couldn't take off. He couldn't look at her pregnant belly without flinching. He saw it not as a blessing anymore, but as a ticking clock, counting down to the moment he would be revealed as a complete failure, a man who couldn't even feed his own wife and child. One evening, he came home with nothing. A customer had refused to pay him for a job he had spent the whole day on. They had nothing to eat for dinner. Ruth found 2 small cubes of sugar and dissolved them in a cup of water, and they shared it. "This is temporary," she told him, her hand on his cheek. "Tomorrow will be better." He just nodded, his eyes hollow and distant. He couldn't meet her gaze. The shame was eating him alive. That night, Ruth was exhausted. The worry and the hunger had drained all the strength from her body. She fell into a deep, troubled sleep, dreaming of better days. Sometime in the dead of the night, Daniel sat up. He looked at his wife, her beautiful face so peaceful in the moonlight filtering through the window. He saw the slight curve of her belly under the wrapper. His child was in there, a child he had promised the world to, a child he couldn't even give a proper meal. A single tear rolled down his cheek and fell onto the bedsheet. He couldn't do it anymore. He couldn't wake up another day and see the disappointment in her eyes, even if she tried so hard to hide it. He couldn't bear the weight of his failure. Quietly, so as not to wake her, he found a small piece of paper and a pen. His hand shook as he wrote, "My dearest Ruth, I am sorry. I failed you. I love you more than life. Please forgive me." He folded the note and placed it on the small table beside the bed. He leaned over and kissed her forehead, a soft, final touch. Then he knelt down and pressed a kiss to her belly, whispering a silent goodbye to the child he would never meet. He stood up, took one last look at the life he had destroyed, and slipped out of the room, closing the door gently behind him. The morning broke with a scream. Not hers at first. It was the sound of commotion from the compound, voices rising in panic. A neighbor banged on their door, her voice frantic. "Ruth! Ruth! Wake up! It's Daniel! Come quickly!" Ruth's heart stopped. The world tilted on its axis. She scrambled out of bed, saw the note on the table, and her blood ran cold. She didn't even read it. She threw the door open and ran outside. A crowd had gathered at the back of the compound near the old mango tree. People were crying, others were shouting. She pushed through them, a terrible dread choking her. And then she saw him. Her world did not just spin, it shattered into a million tiny pieces. The air left her lungs, a sound tore from her throat, a raw animal scream of pure agony that echoed through the compound. Daniel. She tried to run to him, but strong hands held her back. She fought against them, screaming his name over and over again, her voice breaking, her vision blurring with tears. The ground rushed up to meet her as her legs gave way, and she collapsed into a darkness that was, for a moment, a small mercy from the unbearable pain. Time became a thick, slow-moving river of grief. Days blurred into nights. Months passed. Ruth's belly grew round and heavy, a constant living reminder of the love she had lost. She moved through the world like a shadow, her steps slow, her body always tired. The light in her eyes had dimmed, replaced by a permanent sadness. The world offered no pity. Her landlord, Mr. Bayo, a large man with a perpetually angry face, saw her not as a grieving widow, but as an unpaid bill. He started coming to her door every day. "Eh, madam," he would shout, his voice booming through the thin door. "This is not a charity home. Your rent is 3 months overdue. Where is the money?" At first, she would whisper apologies, promising to find the money soon. But soon was a place that didn't exist. She tried to do small jobs for the neighbors. She washed piles of clothes, her back screaming in protest as she bent over the bucket. She swept dusty compounds, the effort leaving her breathless. But her pregnant body was weak. She couldn't work for long, and the little money she made was barely enough to buy a cup of gari. Sometimes the hunger was so sharp, it felt like a knife twisting in her stomach. She would sit quietly by the roadside, her face down, too ashamed to speak. A few kind souls would drop a small loaf of bread or some leftover rice into her lap. Most people just walked past, their faces hard, ignoring the heavily pregnant woman sitting in the dirt. She had tried to reach out to Daniel's family in the village, hoping for some help, some comfort. The response she got was a cold slap in the face. They called her on the phone and told her she was bad luck. They said she had brought a curse upon their son, that her presence had driven him to his death. They wanted nothing to do with her or her unborn child. She was utterly, completely alone. The final warning from Mr. Bayo came on a Tuesday afternoon. The sky was grey, threatening rain. He didn't just knock, he banged on the door with his fist, making the flimsy wood rattle in its frame. "Ruth, I am giving you until tomorrow morning. If I don't see my money by tomorrow, I will throw you and your property out on the street. I swear to God." He didn't wait for a reply. He stormed off, his angry footsteps fading away. Ruth leaned against the door, her hand on her belly. The baby kicked as if sensing her fear. Hot tears streamed down her face. Tomorrow, where would she go? What would she do? She had nothing, no one. She looked around the small, empty room that had once been filled with so much love and hope. Now it was just a cage, and tomorrow even that would be taken away from her. The next morning, Mr. Bayo did not come alone. He brought 2 rough-looking young men with him. He didn't knock. He kicked the door open, the wood groaning in protest. Ruth, who had been sitting on the bed praying, jumped in fear. "Time is up," Mr. Bayo bellowed, his eyes cold and without a trace of mercy. He pointed a thick finger at her few belongings, a small Ghana must-go bag with Daniel's old shirts and her 2 wrappers, a plastic plate, a cup, and a worn-out Bible. "Pack your things and get out of my house." Ruth fell to her knees, her hands clasped together in desperation. "Please, sir, I am begging you in the name of God. Look at my condition. I am almost due. Where will I go? Just give me 1 more week. Please." Mr. Bayo laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. "1 more week? So you can deliver the baby in my house and I will have 2 tenants who don't pay rent. Get out." He gestured to the young men. One of them grabbed her bag and threw it out into the dusty compound. The other picked up her plastic plate and cup and tossed them after the bag. They clattered on the hard ground. Ruth crawled on her hands and knees towards the landlord, tears making clean tracks on her dusty face. "Sir, have mercy. I have nowhere." He kicked her hand away, not hard but with enough force to show his disgust. Stop your crocodile tears. Your problems are not my problems." He turned and walked out, slamming the door to the room shut. The finality of the sound echoed in the sudden silence. Ruth was left on her knees in the middle of the empty compound, her small bag of belongings lying in the dirt a few feet away. The other neighbors peeked from their windows and doors, their faces a mixture of pity and fear, but no one dared to challenge the landlord. Slowly, painfully, she got to her feet. Her back ached and her ankles were swollen. She picked up her bag, her plate and her cup, and walked out of the compound gate for the last time. She didn't look back. There was nothing left for her there. She walked. She didn't know where she was going. She just put one swollen foot in front of the other. The Lagos sun beat down on her head. Cars honked, traders shouted, and people pushed past her, but she was in her own world of numb pain. Her legs eventually grew so heavy they felt like blocks of wood. She couldn't move anymore. As evening fell, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, she found a small corridor in front of a closed provision shop. It had a small concrete overhang that offered a little shelter. Someone had left a large piece of cardboard there. It would be her bed. That night, as the city slowly went to sleep, Ruth curled up on the hard cardboard. The concrete was cold against her back. She wrapped her arms around her belly, trying to shield her baby from the harshness of the world. The tears she had held back all day finally came, silent and hot, soaking the collar of her worn-out blouse. She cried until she had no tears left, her body shaking with quiet sobs. "I am so sorry, my child," she whispered into the darkness, her voice breaking. "Mama has failed you." She closed her eyes and prayed for a morning that it would never come. The first rays of sunlight woke her. Her body was stiff and sore from sleeping on the hard ground. For a moment she was confused, wondering where she was. Then the memory of yesterday crashed down on her and the familiar ache returned to her chest. She had to move before the shop owner arrived. As she was slowly getting up, a woman who ran a small food stall nearby saw her. The woman's face was kind. She looked at Ruth's swollen belly and her tired eyes and felt a pang of pity. "My dear, you slept here all night?" the woman asked gently. Ruth could only nod, too ashamed to speak. The woman clicked her tongue in sympathy. "Come, let me find something for you." She returned with a plate of leftover rice from the previous day. It was cold, but to Ruth it was the most delicious meal she had ever tasted. The hunger had been a living creature inside her, and the food silenced it. As she ate, another woman who had come to buy food overheard her story. Yeah, sorry, the woman said. "I know one family in Lekki looking for a live-in maid. They said they don't mind if the person is pregnant as long as she can work. The pay is small, but they will give you food and a place to sleep." A tiny spark of hope flickered within Ruth. Lekki, that was a rich area. Food and a place to sleep. It was more than she could have prayed for. "Please, madam, can you give me the address?" The woman wrote it down on a piece of paper. With renewed determination, Ruth thanked the women and started her long journey. It took her hours, a combination of walking with her swollen feet and begging for small change to board a crowded Danfo bus. She finally arrived at a large, gated house in a quiet, clean street in Lekki. The contrast to her old neighborhood was staggering. The air was cleaner, the houses were mansions, and there were no open gutters. She hesitated at the gate, feeling small and out of place in her dusty clothes. Taking a deep breath, she knocked. A security guard opened a small window and looked at her suspiciously. After she explained why she was there, he made a call and let her in. She was led into a living room that was bigger than her entire old compound. The floor was made of shining marble, the sofas were soft leather, and a giant television was mounted on the wall. A man and a woman were sitting there. The man, Mr. John, looked kind. He had gentle eyes and a quiet way about him. He saw her condition, the dust on her clothes and the exhaustion on her face, and his expression softened with sympathy. His wife, however, was different. Madame Tonya was dressed in expensive clothes and heavy gold jewelry. Her face was perfectly made up, but her eyes were hard. She looked at Ruth, and her gaze went straight to her protruding belly. A deep frown formed on her face, a flicker of something ugly. Was it anger, disgust, before she quickly masked it with a polite fake smile? Mr. John conducted the short interview. He asked her a few simple questions. Ruth answered respectfully, her voice quiet. He seemed satisfied. "The job is yours if you want it," he said kindly. "You will cook, clean, and run errands. We will give you a room to stay in, and you can eat here. We will also pay you a small salary at the end of the month." Madame Tonya added sharply, "But you must work hard. This is not a holiday home. Pregnancy is not an excuse for laziness." Ruth's heart sank a little at her tone, but she was too desperate to care. "Yes, madam. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. I will work very hard. God bless you." She had a roof over her head again. She had the promise of food. As she was shown to a small room at the back of the house, she allowed herself to believe that her suffering was finally over. It felt like a blessing, a miracle from God. She didn't know yet that she had just walked out of one prison and into another. Ruth's new life was a cycle of endless work and quiet pain. Her day began before the sun rose. She would wake up in her small, stuffy room, her back aching, and start the house chores. She swept the large compound, washed the family's 2 expensive cars, and then moved inside to clean the huge house. She would cook breakfast, serve it, and then immediately start preparing for lunch. She washed clothes by hand, ironed piles of laundry, and scrubbed floors until the marble tiles shone. Her day ended long after everyone else had gone to bed, when she finally cleaned the kitchen and collapsed onto her thin mattress, her body screaming with exhaustion. Madame Tonya was her shadow, a constant source of torment. She found fault in everything Ruth did. If the soup had a little too much salt, she would scream. If there was a tiny speck of dust on the furniture, she would insult her. But her cruelty was sharpest when it came to Ruth's pregnancy. "Look at you," Tonya would sneer, watching Ruth struggle to bend down and scrub the floor. "You went and got yourself pregnant, and now you are looking for who to pity you. Useless girl." Food became a weapon. Ruth was only allowed to eat the leftovers, and Tonya made sure there was very little left. While the family ate pounded yam with egusi soup, rich with meat and fish, Ruth would be given a small portion of plain rice, sometimes with no stew. There were nights she went to bed with her stomach rumbling, the hunger pains so sharp they made her dizzy. She was eating for 2, but she was barely getting enough for 1. Mr. John was a kind man, but he was a ghost in his own home. He left for his office early in the morning and returned late at night. When he was home on weekends, he was quiet and reserved. He would sometimes see Ruth working and say, "Take it easy, eh? Don't stress yourself." Once he secretly slipped her a 1,000 naira note, telling her to buy some fruit. But Tonya watched them like a hawk. She made sure to hide the worst of her wickedness from her husband, putting on a sweet act whenever he was around. The root of Tonya's bitterness was a secret sorrow she carried like a stone in her heart. She and Mr. John had been trying for a child for over 10 years. They had seen countless doctors, spent millions on treatments, but nothing had worked. She was barren, and every time she looked at Ruth, at her round, life-filled belly, a venomous jealousy would rise up inside her. She saw in Ruth everything she desperately wanted and could never have. It was a constant, painful reminder of her own emptiness, and she took out all her frustration and anger on the poor, helpless widow. The stress, the hard labor, and the lack of food began to take their toll on Ruth. She started having dizzy spells. Sometimes, while washing clothes under the hot sun, the world would suddenly go black, and she would have to sit down quickly to keep from fainting. Tonya saw this not as a sign of weakness, but as laziness. "Stop your acting," she would shout. "If you faint, just make sure you don't break any of my plates." Ruth would bite her lip to keep from crying, whispering a prayer for strength. She held on to the hope that once her baby was born, things might change. She endured the insults, the hunger, and the pain, all for the child growing inside her. This house was a house of suffering. But for now, it was the only shelter she had. An opportunity arose for Mr. John to travel overseas for a big business conference. It would last for 2 weeks. The day before he left, he called Ruth aside when his wife was not looking. His face was full of concern. "Ruth," he said in a low voice, "I will be traveling tomorrow. I want you to please take care of yourself and the baby." He pressed a small bundle of cash into her hand. It was more money than she had seen in months. "Use this to buy whatever you need." Don't let my wife know I gave it to you. Just be strong." Ruth's eyes filled with tears of gratitude. "Thank you, sir. God will bless you and grant you journey mercies," she whispered. Quickly hiding the money in her pocket, for the first time in a long while, she felt a glimmer of warmth, of being seen as a human being. The moment Mr. John's car left for the airport the next day, the atmosphere in the house changed. It was as if a dark cloud had settled over it. With her husband gone, Madame Tonia's wickedness was unleashed, free from any restraint. The insults became louder, the chores became harder, and the small portions of food became even smaller. The breaking point came a week later. Tonia had cooked a large pot of chicken stew. She counted the pieces of meat before putting it in the fridge. Later that evening, she went to serve dinner and let out a theatrical scream. "Thief! There is a thief in my house!" She stormed into the kitchen where Ruth was washing dishes. "Where is the meat?" she shrieked, her face contorted with rage. "I counted 10 pieces of chicken. Now there are only 9. You stole my meat, you hungry beggar." "Madam, I swear I didn't touch it," Ruth pleaded, her heart hammering in her chest. "I haven't even eaten today. Why would I steal your meat?" "Liar, you think because you are pregnant you can eat up all my food. This house is not a maternity home. I have had enough of you and your bad luck." Tonia was like a woman possessed. She stormed to Ruth's small room, grabbed her Ghana must-go bag, and dragged it out into the living room. She threw it on the floor, the few items inside spilling out. "Pack your things and get out of my house, now." Ruth fell to her knees, the scene horribly familiar. "Madam, please, I am begging you, it is late. Where will I go in this night? Please have mercy, for the sake of this unborn baby." "Get out!" Tonia screamed, her voice echoing in the large, empty house. She dragged the bag to the front door, threw it out into the darkness of the compound, and pushed Ruth out after it. Ruth stumbled, trying to keep her balance. She turned around, her face streaked with tears, her hands outstretched. "Madam, please." The heavy metal gate was slammed in her face. The sound of the bolt sliding shut was like a prison door closing forever. She was outside, in the dark, with her small bag and the baby in her womb, thrown out. Again. She stood there for a long time, dizzy and trembling, the cold night air chilling her to the bone. The kind words of Mr. John and the money he had given her were a distant memory. Hope had been a cruel trick. She had nowhere to go. With a heart heavier than the baby in her belly, she turned and started walking, her slow, shuffling steps taking her back towards the only home she had left, a piece of cardboard in front of a closed shop. The rhythm of Ruth's life became brutally simple. Her days were spent on the busy Lagos roadside, and her nights were spent on the cold cardboard under the shop's awning. Each morning, she would fold her cardboard bed and hide it, leaving the corridor clean before the shop owner arrived. He was a stern man who never spoke to her, but his silence was a form of permission, an unspoken agreement that as long as she was gone by sunrise, he would let her stay. The street was a harsh master. The sun beat down on her, making her feel faint. The noise of the city, the endless blaring of horns, the shouts of bus conductors, the loud music from passing cars, was a constant assault on her senses. She found a spot near a busy junction where cars were forced to slow down in the perpetual traffic or go slow. She would walk slowly between the cars, her hand on her stomach, the other held out, not aggressively, but with a quiet desperation. "Please help me. Anything for food. God bless you," she would murmur, her voice barely audible above the city's roar. People's reactions were a lottery. Some drivers would quickly wind up their windows, their faces set in annoyance, pretending she was invisible. Some would shake their heads, muttering about the number of beggars on the streets. Others would shout at her, "Go and find work, lazy woman," not seeing the heavy belly that made any real work impossible. But there were moments of grace. A woman in a taxi would press a 100 naira note into her hand. A man driving a fancy car would toss her a half-eaten snack. A bus passenger would hand her a sachet of pure water. These small acts of kindness were the drops of rain that kept the flower of her hope from completely withering. She would gather whatever she could, and by evening she would usually have enough to buy a small plate of rice or some bread. The nights were the hardest. The physical pain was constant. Her feet were swollen to twice their normal size, and her back felt like it was on fire. Sometimes a sharp pain would shoot through her abdomen and she would freeze, thinking the baby was coming. She would hold her breath, her hand pressed against her belly until the pain subsided. In the quiet darkness of the night, when the city's noise finally died down to a low hum, she would talk to her baby. It was her only comfort, her only connection to the love she had lost. "Don't worry, my Daniel," she would whisper, her voice thick with emotion, naming him after his father. "Mama is strong. I will not give up. I will find a way for us. I promise you a better life than this, even if I don't know how. I promise." She would tell him stories about his father, about his deep laugh and his kind heart. She would sing him the one lullaby her own mother used to sing to her. On that cold piece of cardboard, under the vast, indifferent sky, her whispered promises to her unborn son were the only thing keeping her from shattering completely. She was a mother, and that was a reason to survive one more day. In another part of Lagos, on the exclusive Banana Island, Ben Adeyemi lived in a world made of glass, steel, and silence. His mansion was a modern marvel, with walls of windows overlooking the lagoon, a fleet of luxury cars in the garage, and an army of staff who moved about with quiet, fearful efficiency. He was the founder and CEO of a tech empire, a man the magazines called the Tech King of Africa. His net worth was over $15 billion. His heart was completely empty. The hollowness had started 2 years ago. The memory was burned into his mind, a film that replayed in his head during the long sleepless nights. He had come home early from a business trip, planning to surprise his wife, Clara. He had walked into their bedroom, a smile on his face, a gift in his hand. The smile had frozen and died. Clara was there, but she was not alone. She was with Mark. Mark, his best friend since university, his business partner, the man he had trusted like a brother. They were tangled together on the bed, their betrayal so blatant, so shocking, that for a moment Ben couldn't even breathe. The world had tilted, and the man he was before that moment had ceased to exist. The divorce had been swift and brutal. He had bought Clara's silence with a settlement so large it made headlines. He had kicked Mark out of the company, severing all ties, erasing him from his life. And then he had built a fortress around his heart, made of money, work, and suspicion. He trusted no one, not his employees, not his family, and certainly not any woman. He worked relentlessly from dawn until deep into the night, burying his pain in spreadsheets and code. His days were a blur of board meetings, international calls, and cold, calculated decisions. He had everything money could buy: private jets, designer clothes, a chef who could cook any meal in the world. But he ate alone. He traveled alone. He lived alone. At night, the silence of the huge mansion would press in on him. He would stand on his balcony, a glass of expensive whiskey in his hand, and stare at the distant lights of the city. He could buy any of those lights, any of those buildings. But he couldn't buy peace. He couldn't buy back the trust he had lost. He couldn't buy a single moment of real, genuine happiness. His staff tiptoed around him, terrified of his cold demeanor and sharp tongue. The world saw him as a powerful, untouchable success story. But Ben Adeyemi, the man inside the billion-dollar shell, felt like a ghost haunting his own life. He was rich, powerful, and completely, utterly broken inside. And he had started to believe that this was all life would ever be for him. One morning, Ben woke up with a feeling of profound emptiness. The sterile, air-conditioned silence of his bedroom felt like a tomb. He looked at his schedule for the day: a 9 a.m. board meeting, a lunch with foreign investors, a 4 p.m. press conference. It was the same routine, the same soulless dance he did every day. Today, something in him rebelled. He went downstairs, dressed not in his usual tailored suit, but in a simple t-shirt and jeans. His head of security, a large, serious man named Maid, was waiting for him by the armored Mercedes. "Good morning, sir. We are ready to leave for the office," Maid said. "I'm driving myself today," Ben announced, his voice flat, "and I'm going alone." Aide and the other guards exchanged panicked looks. "Sir, that's not advisable. Your security protocol." "I don't care about the protocol today," Ben cut him off, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Give me the keys to the Range Rover." Reluctantly, Aide handed over the keys. It was the first time in over 2 years that Ben was driving himself anywhere. He got into the car, the feel of the leather steering wheel unfamiliar in his hands. He ignored the worried faces of his staff as he drove out of the massive gates of his estate. He didn't know why, but he didn't turn towards the expressway, his usual route to his office in Victoria Island. On a strange impulse, he took a different turn, heading into the heart of the mainland, into the chaotic, vibrant, messy streets of Lagos he usually avoided. The traffic was instant and unforgiving. Cars, buses, and okadas, motorcycle taxis, fought for every inch of space. He was stuck in a go-slow, the car crawling forward at a snail's pace. Street vendors swarmed around his car, tapping on his window, trying to sell him everything from phone chargers to plantain chips. He ignored them all, a familiar irritation rising in him. He was forced to slow down to a near stop near a row of small shops and food stalls. The noise was deafening, the smell of street food and exhaust fumes thick in the air. He was about to lean on his horn in frustration when he saw her. She was moving between the cars, a ghost in the midst of the chaos. She was heavily pregnant, her belly so large it looked like it could drop any day. She was walking with a slow, pained wobble, holding her stomach with one hand. With the other, she was reaching out to car windows, not for money, he noticed, but for food. He could faintly hear her polite, soft voice, "Please, anything to eat." Her face was etched with exhaustion, her skin dusty, her clothes worn, but there was a gentleness in her eyes, a quiet dignity that seemed completely out of place in her desperate situation. He watched as a driver in the car next to him shooed her away with an impatient wave of his hand. She simply nodded, turned away without a word of protest, and moved to the next car. Something in Ben's chest, a part of him he thought had died 2 years ago, tightened with a sharp, unfamiliar pain. He couldn't look away. Ben pulled his car over to the side of the road, ignoring the angry blare of horns from the drivers behind him. He put the car in park and just watched her for a moment, a strange feeling taking hold of him. He watched the way she moved, so carefully, as if trying not to disturb the world that was being so cruel to her. He saw how she held her back, trying to ease a pain that was clearly visible on her face. He saw the respectful way she approached each car, never forceful, her eyes pleading but not demanding. A question, powerful and sudden, echoed in his mind. Whose wife is this? Whose daughter? Whose sister? How could a woman this heavily pregnant be on the streets begging for something as basic as food? Where was her husband, her family, her community? The injustice of it hit him with a force that surprised him. In his world of billion-dollar deals and calculated risks, this raw human suffering felt like a punch to the gut. He who had everything was miserable because of betrayal. This woman who had nothing was fighting for her life and the life of her child with a quiet strength that shamed him. Without thinking, he opened his car door and stepped out. The noise and heat of the street hit him immediately. People stared. A man in a clean, expensive Range Rover stepping out into the middle of this chaotic market street, an unusual sight. He paid them no mind. His eyes were fixed on the pregnant woman. He walked up to her. She didn't see him at first. Her gaze was on another car window. He stood a few feet away, waiting for her to turn. When she finally did, her eyes met his. She looked startled, and a flash of fear crossed her face. She probably thought he was going to shout at her like the others. He kept his voice low and gentle so as not to scare her. "Madam," he said softly, "follow me. I will buy you food." Ruth froze. She looked at this tall, well-dressed stranger, at his expensive watch and his clean clothes. Fear was her first reaction. In Lagos, you learn to be wary of strangers, especially rich ones with strange offers. But then she looked into his eyes. They were sad, she noticed, but they weren't unkind, and the hunger inside her was a roaring beast, louder than her fear. She hadn't eaten a proper meal in days. She was too tired, too hungry to argue. She gave a small, hesitant nod. "Okay, sir," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. She clutched her small, empty plastic bag and followed him slowly, her heart a confusing mix of terror and a tiny, fragile seed of hope. Ben led her away from the roaring traffic towards a row of shops. He looked for a place that was clean and decent. He spotted a local eatery, a booker, that looked popular and well kept. It wasn't the kind of place he would normally eat in, with its plastic chairs and simple tables, but it was close, and she looked like she couldn't walk much further. As they entered, the chatter inside died down. All eyes turned to them. The staff and customers stared, their faces a mixture of confusion and curiosity. They saw the obviously rich man in his designer clothes, and then they saw the dusty, heavily pregnant woman trailing behind him like a shadow. They couldn't make sense of the picture. Ben ignored the stares. He led Ruth to a clean table in the corner and pulled out a chair for her. "Please sit," he said gently. When the waitress came over, her eyes wide with questions, Ben spoke to Ruth. "Order anything you can eat. Order everything you want. Please, don't be shy." Ruth looked down at the simple menu, her hands trembling slightly. It had been so long since she had a choice. For months, she had eaten only what was given to her, whatever scraps she could find. She tried to be modest, to order just a small plate of rice. "Just rice and stew, sir," she said quietly. Ben shook his head. "No, eat a proper meal. Are you not eating for two?" He turned to the waitress. "Bring her pounded yam with a goosey soup, with plenty of meat and fish, and a plate of jollof rice with chicken, and a bottle of water, and a bottle of Maltina." Ruth's eyes widened. It was a feast. When the food arrived, the aroma alone made her stomach ache with longing. She started with the rice, eating slowly at first, trying to maintain her composure. But the hunger was too powerful. Soon she forgot about the stranger watching her, forgot about the other people in the eatery. She ate with a desperate focus, like someone who had been starved for weeks. She finished the rice and then started on the pounded yam, scooping the rich soup with her fingers. Ben didn't eat. He just sat there watching her, a heavy weight settling in his chest. He watched her devour the food, and with every bite she took, the walls around his own heart seemed to crack a little more. He saw not a beggar, but a mother fighting for her child. He saw a strength he had never known. He thought of his own life, of the gourmet meals his chef prepared that he barely touched, of the billions sitting in his bank accounts. All his money, all his power, and he couldn't buy the simple, raw will to live that this woman possessed. A hot tear escaped from the corner of his eye and slid down his cheek before he could stop it. He quickly wiped it away, hoping she hadn't seen. This single meal in this simple place was changing something deep inside him. He felt his own brokenness, but for the first time in 2 years, he also felt a flicker of something else. Connection. When Ruth had finished eating, a look of deep, soulful satisfaction on her face, Ben finally spoke. His voice was softer now, filled with a genuine curiosity that went beyond simple pity. "How?" he asked gently. "How did you end up like this?" He expected a long story of complaints, of blaming the world, of playing the victim. He was prepared for it. But that's not what he got. Ruth looked down at her hands, a shadow of pain crossing her features. She started to speak, her voice low and steady. She told him everything. She started with the happy days, with her wedding to Daniel, the love they shared in their small one-room apartment. She spoke of their joy when they found out she was pregnant. Then her voice began to tremble as she recounted the scam, how a smooth-talking man had stolen all their savings and their hope. She described Daniel's descent into despair, his shame, and the terrible morning she woke up to find him gone forever. She told him about the cruel landlord, Mr. Bio, who had thrown her out when she couldn't pay the rent. She spoke of the job with Mr. John, the brief flicker of hope, and the relentless cruelty of Madame Tonya, a woman poisoned by her own childlessness. And finally, she told him about being thrown out a second time, back onto the street, back to her bed of cardboard. Throughout her story, she never raised her voice. She didn't cry hysterically. She simply stated the facts of her life, a life that had turned from 100 to 0, as she put it, in less than a year. She wasn't asking for pity, she was just answering his question with the simple, heartbreaking truth. Ben listened, captivated. Each word was like a stone dropping into the still, dead pool of his heart, sending ripples through his soul. He had thought his own pain was the greatest pain in the world. He had been betrayed by his wife and best friend, and he had let that betrayal turn him into a bitter, isolated man living in a golden cage. This woman had lost her husband, her home, her dignity, and was now fighting for her life on the street, yet she spoke with a quiet resilience that humbled him. He felt a profound sense of shame. Shame for his own self-pity, for wallowing in his emotional pain while he had every resource in the world at his fingertips. He also felt a surge of gratitude, a strange thankfulness that his own suffering, as deep as it felt, could have been so much worse. He saw his life with a sudden, shocking clarity. He had been living like a victim when he had the power to be a savior. He had been hoarding his wealth and his heart, protecting them from further pain, but in doing so, he had locked out any possibility of healing. As Ruth finished her story, a single tear tracing a path through the dust on her cheek, Ben knew he couldn't just pay for her meal and send her back to the street. This meeting felt like more than a coincidence. It felt like a crossroads. He quietly pulled out his phone. He sent a text to his personal assistant. "Cancel all my meetings for the rest of the day. All of them. Something more important has come up." He didn't know what he was going to do next, but he knew with absolute certainty that he could not walk away. After they left the eatery, the harsh reality of the street hit them again. Ruth stood awkwardly on the pavement, clutching the leftover food the waitress had packed for her. She looked at Ben, her eyes full of gratitude, but also uncertainty. "Thank you, sir," she said, her voice filled with emotion. "Thank you so much. May God bless you and your family. I will be going now." She started to turn away, to head back to her life of begging in the traffic. "Wait," Ben said, his voice firm. "You can't go back to the street. Not in your condition." Panic flared in Ruth's eyes. Her mind raced with all the terrible stories she had heard about human traffickers, about rich men who pretended to be kind for wicked reasons. Who was this man? Why was he being so kind? It was too much, too sudden. She took a step back, her body tensing. Ben saw the fear on her face and immediately understood. He had to reassure her, to show her he was not a threat. He made a quick decision. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "I'm going to call my family doctor," he said, putting the phone on the speaker so Ruth could hear. "Her name is Dr. Kemi. She's a woman. We will go to her hospital right now so she can check on you and the baby." A calm, professional voice answered the phone. "Ben, hello? Is everything okay?" "Kemi, I need your help," Ben said, his voice steady. "I'm with a young woman. She's 8 months pregnant and has been living on the street. I'm bringing her to your clinic now. Can you see her immediately?" There was a brief pause on the other end. "Of course, Ben. Bring her right away. I'll be waiting." Hearing the doctor's voice, a woman's voice, calmed some of Ruth's fears. A man with evil intentions wouldn't take her to a hospital first. She agreed, and they drove to a private, high-end clinic. At the hospital, Dr. Kemi, a kind-faced woman in her 50s, welcomed them warmly. She led Ruth into an examination room and treated her with gentle professionalism. She ran some tests, did an ultrasound, and gave Ruth a thorough checkup. Afterwards, she called Ben into her office while Ruth rested. Her expression was serious. "The baby is strong," she began, "which is a miracle, frankly, but Ruth is severely malnourished and dehydrated. She's suffering from extreme exhaustion and stress. Ben, if she continues living like this, both her life and the baby's are at serious risk. She needs proper food, rest, and a safe, clean environment, especially with the delivery so close." Dr. Kemi's words were blunt and clear. They solidified the decision that had been forming in Ben's mind. He went back to the room where Ruth was sitting, her hands resting on her belly. He knelt down in front of her, so he was at her eye level. "Ruth," he started, his voice full of a sincerity she had never heard from anyone but her late husband. "Dr. Kemi says you and the baby need to be safe. I have a very big house. It's mostly empty. I want to offer you a place to stay." He saw the hesitation and fear return to her eyes and quickly added, "Just until the baby is born. Just until you are strong again. You will have your own room. No one will bother you. I can't in good conscience let you go back to the street. Please, let me help you." Ruth stared at him, her mind a whirlwind of emotions: shame, fear, disbelief, and a desperate, overwhelming hope. She had been hurt and thrown away by everyone she had trusted. Why should she trust this stranger? But then she thought of her baby. She thought of Dr. Kemi's warning. This man was offering her child a chance at life. Tears welled up in her eyes and spilled down her cheeks. They weren't tears of sadness, but of a profound, shattering relief. After all the suffering, could this be God finally answering her prayers? With a trembling voice, she whispered, "Okay, sir, I will stay." The drive to Ben's mansion was silent. Ruth stared out the window, watching the chaotic scenery of Lagos give way to the serene, tree-lined streets of Banana Island. When they pulled up to a towering gate that slid open silently, her jaw dropped. The house wasn't just a house, it was a palace. The security guards and domestic staff who rushed out to greet the car froze in shock when they saw who was in the passenger seat. Their boss, the cold and distant Meister Adeyemi, had returned with a poor, dusty, heavily pregnant woman. They exchanged confused glances, but their training kicked in, and they quickly masked their surprise with professional neutrality. Ben stepped out of the car and helped Ruth out. He turned to his head housekeeper, a stern-looking older woman named Mrs. Dyke. "This is Ruth," he announced, his voice leaving no room for questions. "She is my guest. She will be staying with us for a while. Prepare the guest room in the West Wing for her. And listen to me, all of you." He looked at each member of his staff in the eye. "You will treat her with the utmost respect. Anything she needs, she gets. Is that understood?" "Yes, sir," they chorused, their eyes wide. Mrs. Dyke led Ruth inside. The moment her bare, dusty feet touched the cold, polished marble floor, Ruth felt a profound sense of being out of place. The air inside was cool and smelled faintly of lemons and something expensive she couldn't name. The silence was absolute, broken only by the soft hum of the central air conditioning. She had gone from a world of noise and dirt to a world of silent, intimidating luxury. She felt like a stray dog that had wandered into a king's throne room. The guest room was larger than the entire one-room apartment she had shared with Daniel. It had a huge, soft bed with pristine white sheets, a private bathroom with a shower that had more knobs than she knew what to do with, and a large window with a view of a beautiful manicured garden. That first night, she couldn't sleep. The bed was too soft, the silence too loud. She kept waiting to hear the angry shouts of a landlord or the cruel insults of Madame Tonya. She kept expecting someone to burst in, drag her out of the bed, and throw her back onto the street. The trauma of her past was a ghost that had followed her even into this safe haven. Ben must have sensed her fear. The next day, he found her sitting timidly in a corner of the massive living room, looking lost. He sat down in a chair opposite her, not too close, giving her space. "Ruth," he said gently, "I know this is a lot to take in, but I want you to know something. You are safe here. Nobody is going to hurt you. Nobody is going to throw you out. You and your baby are safe." His words were a balm to her wounded soul. She looked at him, at this man who was changing her life for reasons she couldn't understand, and whispered, "Thank you." Ben just nodded. He was surprised at himself, too. For 2 years, he had kept everyone at a distance. He had never allowed a stranger into his home, let alone into his life. But with Ruth, it felt different. It didn't feel like a risk. It felt right. In helping her, he felt a flicker of purpose, a warmth in his cold, empty heart that he hadn't felt in a very long time. The days that followed settled into a quiet routine. Ruth slowly began to relax, like a frightened animal that was finally learning it was safe. The staff, following their boss's strict orders, treated her with kindness and respect. The chef prepared nutritious meals for her, and Mrs. Dyke made sure she was comfortable. But Ruth was not used to being idle. She tried to help with small chores, folding laundry, clearing the table after her meals. But the housekeeper would always stop her gently. "No, madam, Mr. Ben said you must rest." Ben made it a point to spend time with her in the evenings. After his long, stressful days at the office, he would find her sitting in the garden or in the quiet library. They would talk. At first, their conversations were simple. He would ask about her day, and she would thank him over and over, until he finally had to tell her with a small smile, "Ruth, You don't have to thank me for every meal. Just eat and be healthy." She told him stories about her life in the village, about her parents, and about Daniel. She spoke of her late husband with a soft sadness, but also with great love. "He was a good man," she told Ben one evening as they watched the sun set over the lagoon. "He didn't have much money, but his heart was rich. His only dream was to have one small life with peace and enough to take care of his family." Her simple description of a rich life, peace and family struck Ben deeply. He had billions of dollars, but he had neither. One night, feeling a strange sense of trust in her quiet, non-judgmental presence, Ben found himself opening up. He told her about Clara and Mark. He spoke of the betrayal, the pain, and the cold wall he had built around his heart. He told her how he had sworn he would never trust another person again as long as he lived. Ruth listened patiently, her eyes full of a deep, ancient wisdom that seemed beyond her years. When he was done, she didn't offer him complicated advice or cheap pity. She just said, in her simple, gentle way, "Sir, sometimes the people that break us are not the ones God plans to use to heal us. Maybe God allows some people to leave your life so he can bring the right people in." Her words were like a key unlocking a door in his mind. They were so simple, yet they hit him with more force than any session with the expensive therapists he had hired after his divorce. He had been so focused on the betrayal, on the people who had broken him, he had never considered that healing might come from an entirely different, unexpected direction. He started to see Ruth not just as a charity case, a poor woman he was helping out of pity. He began to see her as a friend, a teacher, a source of profound, simple truth. Her presence in his silent, sterile mansion was like a small, warm flame, slowly melting the ice that had encased his heart for 2 long years. He had brought her in to save her life, but he was slowly realizing that she was also saving his. The rain started in the evening, a gentle pitter-patter that soon grew into a full-blown Lagos thunderstorm. The wind howled outside, rattling the large windows of the mansion. Inside, Ruth felt a strange restlessness. A dull ache started in her lower back, a familiar pain, but this time it felt different, deeper. She was in her room trying to read her Bible when the first real contraction hit her. It was a sharp, powerful wave of pain that took her breath away. She gasped, grabbing onto the side of the bed. Another one followed a few minutes later, even stronger than the first. She knew the baby was coming. She managed to get to her door and call for help. A maid heard her and came running. One look at Ruth's face, tight with pain, was all it took. The house, usually so quiet and orderly, erupted into a state of controlled panic. Mrs. Dyke was on the phone with Dr. Kemi. Staff were running to get the hospital bag that had been packed for weeks, and Ben, the man who calmly handled billion-dollar negotiations and corporate crises, was the most flustered of them all. He rushed into her room, his face pale with worry. "Is it time? Are you okay? What do I do?" he asked, looking completely helpless. "The hospital, sir," Ruth managed to say between deep breaths. "We need to go to the hospital." The drive to the clinic was a blur of rain-streaked lights and Ben's anxious voice telling the driver to go faster, but to be careful. He sat in the back with Ruth, holding her hand, an act that felt both strange and perfectly natural. He kept murmuring words of encouragement, his voice tight with a concern that was deeply personal. At the hospital, Dr. Kemi and her team were ready. They rushed Ruth into the delivery room. Ben tried to wait outside in the sterile white corridor, pacing back and forth like a caged tiger. But he couldn't do it. He felt a powerful, undeniable urge to be with her. He asked a nurse if he could go in, and after a moment's hesitation, she nodded. The night was long and emotional. Ruth was incredibly brave, her face slick with sweat, her hands gripping the bed rails, but she rarely cried out. She channeled all her energy, all her strength, into bringing her child into the world. Ben stood by her side, a silent, steady presence. He wiped her brow with a cool cloth, gave her sips of water, and held her hand, whispering, "You're doing great, Ruth. You're so strong." In the early hours of the morning, as the storm outside finally began to subside, their efforts were rewarded with the sound of a loud, healthy cry. A baby boy. A nurse cleaned the baby and wrapped him in a soft blanket before placing him in Ruth's arms. The moment Ruth looked down at her son's tiny, perfect face, all the pain and suffering of the past year melted away. Tears of pure joy streamed down her cheeks. "Daniel," she whispered, her voice thick with love, "my little Daniel." Ben stood in the corner of the room, watching the scene, and a profound, overwhelming emotion washed over him. It was a feeling so powerful it made his chest ache. It was joy, real, unadulterated joy. He felt something inside him, a cold, hard knot of pain he had carried for 2 years, finally dissolve and melt away. The nurse turned to him, smiling. "Congratulations, Papa," she said, assuming he was the father. He didn't correct her. Dr. Kemi came over and placed a hand on his shoulder. "This is the first time I've seen you look truly happy in years, Ben," she said quietly. He couldn't speak. He could only watch as Ruth kissed her baby's forehead, her face glowing with a love so pure and powerful it lit up the entire room. He had witnessed a miracle. Not just the miracle of birth, but the miracle of a new beginning. For Ruth, for baby Daniel, and for himself. News travels fast in the circles of the rich, and Ben Adeyemi's life was constant gossip. Whispers began to circulate. Ben had been seen multiple times at a high-end maternity hospital. He was spending all his time with a poor, unknown woman who had just given birth. The blogs and society magazines were buzzing with rumors. The news eventually reached Clara, his ex-wife. She had spent most of her settlement and was looking for a way back into the life of luxury she missed. Seeing Ben with a new woman, a poor one at that, ignited her jealousy and her greed. She decided it was time to make a comeback. She showed up at the hospital unannounced, dressed in a stunning designer dress, her face a mask of fake concern. She found the private room where Ruth was resting with baby Daniel. "Oh, darling," Clara said, her voice dripping with false sympathy as she entered. "I heard the news and I just had to come and see. The new charity project." Ruth looked up, startled by the glamorous stranger. Clara's eyes swept over Ruth's simple hospital gown and then landed on the baby with a look of disdain. "So this is it? A hungry village girl and her baby. How sweet." Ben always had a soft spot for stray animals. Ruth clutched her baby tighter, her heart pounding. The woman's words were like sharp little needles. Who are you?" Ruth asked, her voice trembling slightly. "I'm the real Mrs. Adeyemi," Clara sneered, "the one he'll come back to when he gets tired of playing savior." Just then, Ben walked in, carrying a bag of fruits. He stopped dead in his tracks when he saw Clara. His face, which had been relaxed and happy a moment ago, hardened into a cold mask. "Clara, what are you doing here?" he asked, his voice dangerously low. "I came to see your new pet," she said, gesturing towards Ruth. Ben overheard the last of her cruel words. A protective rage he had never felt before surged through him. He walked over and stood between Clara and Ruth's bed, shielding them. "Her name is Ruth," he said, his voice like ice. "And this is her son, Daniel, and you will not disrespect them, not in my presence, not ever. Now get out." Clara was shocked. She had expected the old Ben, the one she could manipulate with tears and fake apologies. This was a different man. She tried another tactic, her voice becoming soft and pleading. "Ben, baby, don't be like this. I miss you. It was all a mistake. Mark, he forced himself on me." It was a pathetic, desperate lie, and this time Ben saw right through it. He saw her for what she was, a shallow, cruel woman who cared for nothing but money. He thought of Ruth's quiet strength, her gentle heart, her resilience in the face of unimaginable hardship. The contrast was stark. He felt more peace, more genuine connection, sitting on the floor of this hospital room with Ruth and her baby than he ever had in all the years of lavish parties and fake smiles with Clara. "It's over, Clara," he said, his voice final. "Don't ever come near me or them again." Defeated and humiliated, Clara stormed out, but she wasn't done yet. If she couldn't have him back, she would try to destroy the little happiness he had found. The old wounds Clara tried to reopen no longer hurt Ben. His heart was no longer empty. It was being filled with a new, unexpected, and powerful love. Furious at her rejection, Clara met up with Mark. Together, the two people who had betrayed Ben once before decided to do it again. They conspired to hurt him where it mattered most: his company. Mark, who still had knowledge of old projects and contacts, began leaking confidential information to a rival company. They fed false stories to bloggers, creating a scandal designed to shake investor confidence and tarnish Ben's reputation. For a week, Ben's world was a storm of damage control, emergency meetings, and legal battles. The old Ben might have crumbled under the pressure, retreating back into his shell of anger and isolation. But this was a new Ben. He was no longer fighting just for his company, he was fighting for his new family. He moved with a clear, decisive focus he hadn't had in years. He hired the best investigators, who quickly traced the leaks back to Mark and Clara. He held a press conference, calmly and truthfully addressing the rumors. He stood firm, projecting an aura of strength and integrity that reassured his board and his investors. Within 2 weeks, he had not only weathered the storm, but had also legally cut Clara and Mark out of his life for good, ensuring they could never harm him again. One evening, after the chaos had finally settled, Ben came to see Ruth. She and baby Daniel were back in the mansion, settled in a suite of rooms filled with everything a new mother could need. He found her by the large window, humming a soft lullaby to the sleeping baby in her arms. The sight filled him with a profound sense of peace. This was home. He stood beside her, watching the city lights twinkle in the distance. "Ruth," he said, his voice quiet and full of emotion, "these past few weeks, fighting for my company, I realized something. All these years, I thought my money and my business were what made me strong. But I was wrong." He turned to look at her, his eyes searching hers. "You reminded me that money is not what makes a man rich. Love is, and peace. You and Daniel, you brought light back into my life. You healed a part of me I thought was dead forever." He took a deep breath. I think I'm falling in love with you, Ruth." Tears instantly welled in Ruth's eyes. She felt a joy so intense it was painful, but it was mixed with a deep sense of unworthiness. She shook her head slowly. "Sir, Ben, look at me. I am a poor widow, a former maid, a homeless beggar you picked up from the street. You are a billionaire. I am nobody." Ben reached out and gently wiped a tear from her cheek. "None of that reduces your value, Ruth. It only shows your strength. You are not nobody. You are the kindest, strongest, most resilient woman I have ever met. You are everything I am not, and everything I want to be." A few weeks later, he drove her somewhere. He didn't tell her their destination. He parked the car in a familiar, busy street. He led her to the spot in front of the provision shop where he had first seen her. But it was different now. The shop was closed, and in its place was the foundation for a new building. A large sign stood in front of it. It read, "Coming soon, the Daniel's Hope Foundation, a shelter for homeless mothers and children." Ruth gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Ben turned to her, his eyes shining. "I don't want to propose in a fancy restaurant. I want to do it here, in the place where my life truly began again." He got down on one knee, right there on the pavement where she used to sleep on cardboard. He held out a simple, elegant ring. "Ruth, will you marry me? Will you help me run this foundation? Will you build a new life with me?" Through her happy tears, she said yes. A year later, a sleek black car pulled up on that same street. Ruth stepped out, no longer the dusty, desperate woman, but a radiant, confident queen dressed in elegant Nigerian attire. She was not alone. Ben stood beside her, holding a laughing 1-year-old Daniel in his arms. The Daniel's Hope Foundation was now a thriving center, providing food, shelter, medical care, and job training to women who had lost everything. Today, they were distributing food and supplies. Ruth walked through the crowd of women, her heart overflowing. She saw herself in their tired eyes, in their worn-out clothes. She stopped to talk to a heavily pregnant young woman, her story so similar to her own. She held the woman's hand, offering her not just food, but hope. "It will be okay," Ruth said, her voice full of a conviction born from experience. "Your story is not over yet." Ben watched his wife, his heart swelling with pride and love. He looked down at the son he now called his own, then back at the woman who had saved him. They were no longer two broken souls. Life had tried to crush them, but together they had taken their pain and transformed it into a powerful force for healing, turning their scars into a lighthouse for others lost in the storm. If this story of love, loss, and redemption touched your heart, it means the world to us. We believe in the power of stories to heal, to inspire, and to remind us of the strength of the human spirit. If you want to help us continue telling more emotional and uplifting stories like Ruth and Ben's, please consider joining my YouTube membership. Your support allows us to keep the light of hope shining, one story at a time. Thank you for being a part of our journey.
Look this way, my prince.
You are the one I choose. Come with me.
In the bustling city
How
of
can this
Lagos,
be?
a mistreated housemaid risks everything to attend a royal festival, unaware that the beggar she helps is actually the prince in disguise, searching for a wife who values kindness over money. The city of Lagos did not wake up quietly. It woke up with a roar. Even before the sun had fully climbed over the rusty zinc roofs of the mainland, the sounds of the day had begun. The Danfo buses honked their loud, angry horns. The street sweepers scratched their brooms against the asphalt. The voice of the man selling hot bread echoed off the compound walls. Inside the large white two-story house on Victoria Street, Sarah was already awake. She had been awake since 4 a.m. Sarah was 18 years old, but she looked younger because she was thin. Her skin was the color of dark cocoa, but her eyes were tired. She sat on a small plastic stool in the backyard, scrubbing a pile of dirty jeans. The water in her bucket was soapy and grey. Her hands were wrinkled from the water, and her back ached. "Scrub harder," she whispered to herself. "If I don't finish this before Madam wakes up, there will be trouble." Sarah was not a slave, but she was treated like one. Her parents had died in a car accident when she was very small. Madame Gloria, a distant cousin of her father, had taken her in. But Madame Gloria did not treat Sarah like a daughter. She treated her like a machine. Upstairs, the air conditioner hummed in the master bedroom. Madame Gloria was sleeping on a soft, king-sized bed. In the next room, her daughter Bella was snoring lightly, surrounded by soft pillows and teddy bears. Sarah finished the laundry and hung the heavy, wet clothes on the line. The sun was getting hotter now. She wiped sweat from her forehead. Next, she had to sweep the entire compound. The compound was huge, paved with interlocking stones that trapped the dust. Swish, swish, swish. Her broom moved in a steady rhythm. Just as she was finishing, the kitchen door banged open. Bella walked out. Bella was 20 years old. She wore a pink silk robe and fluffy slippers. She held a cup of tea in one hand and her expensive phone in the other. "Good morning, Sister Bella," Sarah said, bowing her head slightly as a sign of respect. Bella did not look at her. She took a sip of tea and made a face. "This tea is cold. Sarah, did you boil the water properly?" "Yes, Sister Bella, I boiled it 10 minutes ago," Sarah said gently. 10 minutes ago? So you expect me to drink old water?" Bella poured the tea onto the clean stones Sarah had just swept. The brown liquid splashed onto Sarah's bare feet. "Go and make another one, and this time bring it to my room on a tray. Do not spill it." Sarah looked at the tea stain on the clean ground. She felt a lump in her throat, but she swallowed it down. "Yes, Sister Bella." She went into the kitchen. The kitchen was modern, with a big gas cooker and a microwave, but Sarah was not allowed to use the microwave. Madame Gloria said electricity was too expensive to waste on a maid. Sarah lit the gas stove with a match. While the water boiled, Sarah quickly cleaned the counters. Underneath the fruit basket, she saw something sticking out. It looked like a piece of old paper. Sarah pulled it out. It was a photograph. The picture was black and white, old and crinkled at the corners. It showed two babies sitting on a velvet rug. They were boys. They looked chubby and happy, but the strange thing was that they looked exactly the same. They were identical twins. Sarah frowned. She knew Madame Gloria only had one child, Bella. She had never seen these baby boys before. She turned the photo over. On the back, someone had written a date, the 12th of June, 1995. "Who are you?" Sarah whispered to the babies in the picture. Sarah, Madame Gloria's voice boomed from the living room. Where is my breakfast? Sarah gasped. She quickly shoved the photo into the deep pocket of her faded skirt. Coming, Ma. She poured the hot water for Bella, placed the yam and egg sauce for Madame Gloria on a silver tray, and rushed into the living room. Madame Gloria was sitting on the sofa, watching the morning news on a massive flat-screen television. She was a large woman who took up a lot of space. Her wig was perfectly styled, even this early in the morning. You are slow today, Gloria said without turning her head. Did you sleep too much? No, Ma, I was doing the laundry, Sarah said, setting the tray down. Excuses, Gloria hissed. Today is a busy day. We are going to the fabric market. You will carry the bales. If you drop anything, you will pay for it with your food. Yes, Ma. Sarah retreated to the kitchen. She felt the edge of the photo in her pocket. It felt heavy, like a stone. Why did Madame Gloria have a picture of twin boys? And why was it hidden under a fruit basket? Sarah didn't know, but her heart told her that this secret was dangerous. 10 miles away, on the lavish Victoria Island, the morning was very different. Prince David sat at the head of a long mahogany table. The room was silent, except for the ticking of a grandfather clock. David was a tall man, with broad shoulders and kind eyes. He was dressed in a sharp navy blue suit. He was the CEO of a delicate group of companies, but he was also the traditional prince of the Odo-era kingdom. His father, late king, had built a massive empire of cocoa export and real estate. Now David carried the weight of that empire on his shoulders. Across the table sat the board of chiefs. These were 4 elderly men, dressed in traditional Agbada robes and coral beads. They were not just business partners, they were the custodians of the kingdom's traditions. Chief Okon, the oldest of them, cleared his throat. He had white hair and carried a carved wooden staff. Prince David, Chief Okon said, his voice raspy, the financial reports are good, the company is making billions, but money is not everything. David sighed. He put down his pen. Chief Okon, please. Not this morning. We must speak of it, Chief Okon insisted. You are 30 years old. The throne of Odo-Ere has been empty since your father joined the ancestors. You are serving as regent, but you cannot be crowned king until you have a queen. It is the law of the land. I know the law, David said, standing up. He walked to the window and looked out at the swimming pool and the manicured gardens. He felt trapped in his own wealth. We have introduced you to the daughter of the oil minister, another chief said. She is beautiful. She studied in London. She does not love me, David said, turning around. She loves my credit card. On our date, she spent 2 hours talking about buying a new car. She did not ask me one question about myself. She did not ask about my dreams or my fears. Love comes later, Chief Okon argued. Marriage is about alliances. It is about strength. No, David said firmly. My father loved my mother. I saw it. They were partners. I will not marry a stranger just to satisfy a law. I want a woman who has a golden heart. A woman who would love me even if I was a nobody. The chiefs looked at each other and shook their heads. They thought David was being foolish and romantic. The Royal Heritage Festival is in 3 days, Chief Okon said sternly. All the eligible maidens from the surrounding states will be there. We expect you to make a choice, Prince David. The people are getting impatient. David clenched his jaw. He knew they were right about one thing. He couldn't wait forever. But how could he find a real woman in a sea of fakes? That evening, David sat in his library. He looked at a portrait of his father. His father had been a wise man, but he had died with a sadness in his eyes. David felt lonely. He had money, cars, and servants, but he had no one to talk to. He pressed a button on his desk. A moment later, his personal assistant, a young man named Samuel, entered. You called, sir? Samuel, David said, bring me the old Toyota Corolla from the back of the garage, the one the gardeners use. Samuel looked confused. The old rusty one. Sir, you have a Bentley and 3 Mercedes. Why do you want that scrap metal? Because, David smiled a sad smile, I want to go into the town, and I do not want to be Prince David, I just want to be a man. Samuel hesitated. Sir, it is dangerous. The security team will be angry. Give them the night off, David ordered. I need to breathe. Within an hour, David had changed. He took off his Italian suit. He put on a pair of faded jeans and a t-shirt that had a small hole in the shoulder. He put on a worn-out baseball cap. He looked in the mirror. The prince was gone. Now he was just a regular Lagos guy. He climbed into the beat-up Toyota. The engine coughed and sputtered before turning on. David laughed. For the first time in months, he felt free. He drove out of the golden gates of his mansion and headed towards the mainland, towards the noise and the chaos of the real world. The sun was blazing hot in the Odo Air village outskirts. This area was not like Victoria Island. The roads here were red earth, full of potholes. Goats roamed freely, and children played football with old plastic bottles. Under a large mango tree stood a small mechanic workshop. It was made of corrugated metal sheets. Inside, Paul was working on a minibus. Paul was sweaty and covered in black grease. He was strong, with muscles built from years of lifting heavy engines. He had a kind face, quick to smile, but today he was frowning at a carburetor. "Ogre Paul, is it ready?" the bus driver shouted, pacing impatiently. "Almost, Baba," Paul replied calmly. His voice was deep and smooth. "The fuel pump was blocked. I have cleared it." Paul tightened the last bolt and wiped his hands on a dirty rag. "Try it now." The driver turned the key. The engine roared to life, smooth and strong. "Ah, Paul, you are a wizard," the driver laughed. "You have magic hands." Paul smiled. "It is not magic. It is just patience. Machines are like people. You have to listen to them." The driver paid him and drove off in a cloud of dust. Paul sighed and sat on an old tire to rest. He took a sip of water from a sachet. Paul did not know much about his past. He had been found by the riverside 28 years ago by an old hunter named Papa Tunde. Papa Tunde had raised him as his own son, teaching him how to fix cars and how to hunt in the forest. But Papa Tunde had died 2 years ago, taking the secret of Paul's origin to the grave. As Paul rested, a shadow fell over him. He looked up. Standing there was Mama Peace. She was a very old woman who sold roasted plantain and ground nuts at the junction. She wore many necklaces of beads and carried a wooden staff. Her eyes were cloudy, but they seemed to see everything. "Good afternoon, Mama," Paul said respectfully. "Do you want me to check your grinding machine?" Mama Peace did not answer. She walked closer, leaning on her staff. She peered into Paul's face. She reached out a trembling hand and touched his cheek. "The sun and the moon," she whispered, "two halves of the same kola nut." Paul was confused. "Mama, are you feeling well? The heat is too much today." "I am not sick," Mama Peace said sharply. "I see what is hidden. The storm is coming, my son. The earth is shifting." She reached into the folds of her wrapper and pulled out a small dirty pouch made of leather. She pressed it into Paul's greasy hand. "Take this," she said. "Do not open it until the rain falls on the day of the festival." "The festival?" Paul asked. "I am not going. That is for rich people and chiefs. I have work to do." "You will go," Mama Peace said. Her voice sounded like dry leaves crunching. "Your destiny is waiting there. You are not a mechanic, Paul. You are a lion sleeping in a goat's pen." Before Paul could ask what she meant, she turned and shuffled away, disappearing into the dust of the road. Paul looked at the leather pouch. He felt a strange tingle in his fingers. He put it in his pocket. He scratched his chest. Right in the center of his chest, he had a birthmark shaped like a small, jagged star. It itched whenever something big was about to happen. And right now it was itching like fire. The next morning, Lagos was buzzing with news. The announcement had been made on the radio, on the television, and by the town criers in the villages. The Royal Heritage Festival, this Saturday. Prince David Adeleke will choose a wife. The news hit Madame Gloria's house like a bomb. "Bella, Bella, wake up!" Madame Gloria screamed, running up the stairs. "Did you hear the radio?" Bella sat up, rubbing her eyes. "What is it, Mummy?" "The prince. He is finally choosing a wife. This Saturday at the palace grounds." Gloria was out of breath. She grabbed Bella's shoulders. "This is it. This is what we have been waiting for. You will be the queen." Bella's eyes went wide. "The queen? Me?" She jumped out of bed and ran to the mirror. "Yes, I am the most beautiful girl in Lagos." Who else can he choose? That skinny daughter of Chief Okon. Ha! She has no style. We must prepare, Gloria said, pacing the room. We need the best fabric, the best makeup artist. We need a dress that screams royalty, a dress of gold and red lace. But Mummy, Bella whined, the best tailor in town is booked. Who will sew it in 2 days? Gloria stopped pacing. A cruel smile spread across her face. We have a tailor right here, a tailor who costs us nothing. They both turned to look at the door. Sarah was standing there holding a mop bucket. She had heard everything. You, Gloria barked, drop that bucket. Sarah put the bucket down. Yes, Ma. You are good with a needle, Gloria said. I have seen you fixing your own rags. Today I will buy the most expensive gold lace in the market. You will sew a dress for Bella. It must be a masterpiece. But Ma, Sarah whispered, I have chores, the cooking, the cleaning. Forget the cleaning, Gloria shouted. This dress is your only job. You will sew day and night. You will not sleep until it is finished. If Bella does not look like a goddess on Saturday, I will throw you out onto the street. Do you hear me? Yes, Ma, Sarah said, her heart sinking. Madame Gloria and Bella rushed out to the market, leaving Sarah alone in the big, silent house. Sarah walked to the window. She looked out at the blue sky. She wished she could go to the festival too, not to marry the prince. She knew a maid could never marry a prince, but just to see the dancing, to hear the drums, to eat the jollof rice. She touched her pocket. The photo of the twin babies was still there. She pulled it out and looked at it. 2 boys, she murmured, separated, just like I am separated from my happiness. Later that afternoon, Gloria returned with yards of heavy, shimmering gold lace. It sparkled with sequins. Start now, Gloria commanded, throwing the fabric at Sarah. Bella wants a mermaid style with a long train. Sarah sat on a hard wooden stool in the kitchen. She threaded her needle. Her fingers were sore from scrubbing floors, but she began to stitch. She sewed all afternoon. She sewed through the evening. Night fell, and the generator hummed outside. Bella came in occasionally to complain. Make it tighter at the waist, Bella ordered, eating a chicken drumstick while Sarah worked. I want him to see my shape. Yes, Sister Bella. By 2 a.m., Sarah's eyes were burning. The candlelight flickered. Her head nodded, heavy with sleep. Suddenly, her hand slipped. Ouch! The needle pierced deep into her thumb. Sarah gasped and pulled it out. A drop of bright red blood welled up. Before she could stop it, the blood dripped onto the gold fabric. Sarah froze. Panic gripped her chest. A red stain on the gold dress. If Madame Gloria saw this, she would kill her. Quickly, Sarah grabbed a wet cloth and dabbed at the spot. The blood faded, but a tiny, faint shadow remained. It was on the inside of the hem, near the bottom. Please, God, Sarah prayed, her hands shaking, let them not see it. Let it be hidden. She continued to sew, sucking her throbbing thumb, tears streaming silently down her face. She felt like Cinderella in the stories she used to read at school before her parents died. But there was no fairy godmother here, only the buzzing mosquitoes and the cruel demands of a woman who wanted to steal a crown. The sun was beginning to set on the day before the festival. The sky over Lagos turned a dusty orange color. Prince David was driving the old battered Toyota Corolla. He was far away from his mansion on Victoria Island. He was now on the rough, bumpy roads of the mainland outskirts. He enjoyed the feeling of the steering wheel shaking in his hands.